Hi there, good evening. Welcome along to another finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. It is Saturday and we do have our final six ready to fight it out for that £5,000 first prize and a place at Champions Week. Now, Phil Bars and Henry Deacon have been providing commentary and analysis all week, and it's been a fantastic week, hasn't it, Henry?
It has been. It's been a little bit of everything. We've seen some bit of flair from the likes of Thibaut Tricol and Lisa Rad, seen some quick-paced matches, but we've also seen a little bit of drama on and off the hockey as well. It's been good fun. Yeah,
we'll start with the Group A table, Phil, have a look through that. Now, Tommy Morris won it on debut. Well, he did play last Friday. Who thought that he would have come and taken Group A by storm like that?
Yeah, absolutely smashed it. But I think that day here last week absolutely helped him because he knew the surroundings where we've seen players coming cold and it takes them a day or two to get used to it. But having that one day, I think, was pivotal to Tommy's success.
Who disappointed you in Group A?
I think Thibaut Tricol got off to that slow start we expected from him, but we expect maybe towards the latter end of day one and day two to then push on. He got better as the week went along, but that slow start there ultimately put him into Group C, and it's so tough when you've only got 2 from 6 to go through.
Yeah, and that table doesn't tell the full story. Patrick Marr actually won all 5 of his games on Tuesday. It all went wrong on Wednesday, didn't it?
Across the whole week, I've been really impressed with Patrick, and I'd like to see him come back and have another go with some more experience under his belt. There is certainly a player there. The A game is very good. But like we say about many players here at the Super Series, it's that consistency level they need to find. It was all or nothing for Patrick in Group A, and sadly that cost him a winning spot.
Yeah, it was all about Tommy Morris. Henry, you saw him when he came here on Friday last week. We've seen some fantastic stuff from him.
Most certainly, and I think having that day, as Phil mentioned, just to settle into proceedings, just gave him that little bit of an eye-in going into it, because we know what debutants are like. Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting, that stage, because it's something quite new. I know he got that selection for England, but look, he's taken to it like a duck to water, and he seems a player that thrives off a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Group B started last Thursday night, finished last night. It was an interesting group, but Steve West looked the main man from the start, didn't he?
Yeah, look, Group B had a little bit of everything on and off the hockey, but Steve West, we said from day one, he was the class act in the field. Pedigree on the biggest stages of them all, and he showed that. Yes, he lost the game, but he'll be disappointed in that because it should have been a perfect record. Missed 5 match starts to beat Dan Reed, but maybe that just sharpened him a little bit. But look, he showed his class, showed his pedigree, and those numbers don't lie.
Yeah, really good stuff from Steve West. All the way through the group, he was just bossing his opponents, doing stuff like this.
He was the dominant force as far as the group is concerned. And there's just something about this format with Steve. I think the fact he's got such a real power scoring nature towards his game, these short course formats, it helps those types of players because you're going to give yourself more opportunities. And we saw against Danny Smith, sometimes he needed a couple of opportunities to get over the line, but that power scoring helped him so much over the course of those 2 days.
Yeah, we should just explain, actually, you may have seen 6 names in the Group B table there. That's because Lee Shewan pulled out after the first night. Danny Smith came in last night. It was a tough task for him to try and get through.
Yeah, look, we said beforehand he probably had to be perfect if he was going to, because of the dynamics of Group B. It was doable, tough, but doable. But once you lose that first game, you're really up against it. But look, Danny acquitted himself really well, gave everything in his campaign, so you can take a lot from that.
And what of Dan Reed? He had a tough first night, but he was much better on Friday.
Yeah, I don't know what he did overnight, but you got to commend him because there was just seemed to be a different attitude, different swagger about Dan Reed. More than anything, a bit more confidence about him going into that Friday session. It was still very much in the melting pot going into Friday. It always is when it comes to Group B, and maybe just a little bit of experience of this format. He's one of the all-timers when it comes to the Super Series. Maybe that helped because he knew that one bad night isn't going to dictate his whole campaign if he could get it right on Friday.
Out of those 3, Steve West, the one you're expecting to go deepest tonight?
Yeah, I think Steve West is the favourite, and rightfully so. Won his week here in Series 3, narrowly missed out on a place in Champions Week, and when we spoke to him up on the balcony, that still grates on him. That's something he wants to put right, and it was interesting the way he spoke about it. It's bugging him, and I like that in Steve West when he's got some to play for, a little bit of motivation, and for me, out of the 6 players, he is the class act.
Right, without doubt, the most dramatic group of the week was Group C. We'll take a look at how that finished here. Shane McGurk and Ryan Harrington, well, they were in those top 2 positions after day 1. They're still there. That doesn't tell the story, does it?
It's far from the story because that was absolute carnage going towards the line in Group C. And Ryan Harrington, in fairness to him, he said after day 1 that he felt maybe he got away with it a little bit. He knew he had to up the levels going into Friday. And credit to him, he did exactly that. There was a few moments where it looked a little bit hairy and scary for him, but when it mattered yesterday, he found the right things at the right time.
including in his very last match, produced a 160 checkout, had some fabulous clutch finishing in there. Really good stuff from Ryan Harrington.
The 160 was fabulous, but it was just his general mannerisms on this stage in that last game. It was a must-win. He entered here knowing any slip-up and Lisa Ashton would go through because she completed her games. And we heard him. We were up on the balcony, and there was raw emotion in him. And when he finally sunk that winning double, you could see it meant the world to him.
Yeah, going into the last three matches, Lisa Ashton, Ryan Harrington, Shane McGurk all needed to win to keep their chances alive. Ashton won and then had to wait for those two. They both won as well. Is she the one kind of most aggrieved not to be here tonight?
Because she did her part of the draw, that's good. That's what hurts. I think if you go in that final round, you lose and something else transpires, because you haven't won the game, you can kind of say, well, I didn't do enough anyway. But the fact that she made that kick, the fact that she was in that position and she had to wait until that last game and the outcome of it, it's obviously going to hurt.
Yeah, she's not here, but we can now take a look at the players that are. So this is your finals night lineup. Tommy Morrissey, Group A winner. Steve West, winner of Group B. Daniel Lee, second in that group. Dan Reed, third. Shane McGurk, first in Group C. And Ryan Harrington, second in that group. It's getting towards the time that we're going to start to look ahead and get some predictions off you pair of pundits. So, who stands out for you, Henry? I know Phil's been talking about Steve West a lot.
I mean, Steve West is obviously going to be the name that draws off the list, but look, Tommy Morris has got a fair few in with him this evening. Debut in this competition, says no scar tissue on that particular stage, and to a certain extent, because he came in as a late replacement for Gordon Mathers, Nick and Chris Mason faith, he's on a bit of a free roll. Anything that happens for him tonight is an absolute bonus. If he goes on and he wins a couple of games at a semi-final, it's a bonus. If he goes on and wins it, well, it's a cherry on the cake.
I'm going to help you actually here, Phil, because I'm going to show you who's in what group, and that might inform your decision a little bit more. So there's a group breakdown. Morris, Harrington, Lee, Group 1, McGurk, West, Reed in Group 2.
The other one that I think we need to mention, because his A game is so good as well. We haven't seen it every time he's been here, but Shane McGurk, if he hooks it up in a one-off game, could do some huge damage. He's going to have to up his consistency levels from Group C, but I think West and McGurk get through Group 2. That's the easy one. That's why I've gone with that one first. For me, they come through that. But Group 1 is an absolute minefield because each one of those players has qualities. And I'm going to go early. We could see the 9-dart shootout from this group because it is that close.
Interesting. Are you going to agree with Phil or not?
Do we have to agree? Or
You're going to be together all night in
I was
commentary.
going to say, I might as well start by agreeing. But I think I look at that Group 2 and I think there's just strength in depth. Steve West, I think, is starting to become a bit of a specialist in this format, and I think if anyone's going to win tonight, they have to stop him.
Right, before we look ahead more to tonight, let's just get a reflection on what's happened this week. The stats from the week as a whole. An awful lot of legs played, more than 550. Highest winning average, a man you mentioned there, Shane McGurk. Lisa Ashton with a 170 checkout. Thibaut Tricol with the quickest leg. Those two players aren't here. And the first 180 tonight will be the 180th 180 of this week. From the stats this week, how does it compare to the other 4 weeks in this series?
Perhaps around the par for the course. There's 1 week where there's an anomaly where we maybe take the numbers out, but we've been talking a lot about what is the par for the course of the Super Series. We say around about 85, 86 overall average. 84.5 isn't too dissimilar to that. Checkout ratio is about 1 in 3, we think, is about the par for the course. So standard-wise, it's what we come to expect. It's about who can do the big things at the big times tonight.
And finals night often supersedes that. It should do. It's the 6 best players that have got through. So you expect to see a little raise tonight?
Yeah, I'm expecting fireworks tonight. I think both groups look good, look very competitive, and I think they'll bring the best out of each other, and I'm genuinely excited for what we're going to see this evening.
Right, let's see how the bookies see things. Here are the odds for finals night tonight. So Steve West, no surprise there, 9-4 favourite. But interesting, the Group A winner, Tommy Morris, second favourite. Not much to choose between everybody else. Even they can't decide, Henry.
Because I think you've got 2 players there in West and Morris that have probably given us the big numbers. But I just look at Dan Reed at 5-1. Okay, he hasn't done it here in Portsmouth, but we saw it time and time again in Southampton, the type of thing that he can do, the sort of thing he was capable of. He won a phase back in the old days in Southampton, so he knows what it's like to get over the line in this particular format. At 5-1, if you're looking at an outside shout, he could be the one.
Value for you?
The value is Shane McGurk at 5. Yes, Steve West rightfully favourite, and I think a lot of people will fancy a little nibble at that. But looking at the value, Shane McGurk, because of the A game, we've seen he's had the highest average of the week here. If he can produce that, 5-1 could be good.
Right, the players are going to go head-to-head on the Oki this evening, but this pair are going to go head-to-head now with their pundits' picks. So, Henry, talk us through what you've gone for.
So I've gone for a 7-1 treble here this evening. So I've gone Tommy Morris to get the better of Ryan Harrington, 4-2 or better, that 11-8. So West against Reed. Now we know Steve West's power scoring. He's had games where he's hit 5 maximum. So I'm going for him to have over 1.5 180s at 5-4. And then Reed against McGurk over 5.5 legs. I think the bookies have just told it there. They can't split them in terms of the outright odds. So how can you split them when it comes to on the Oki at 1-2, pays just over 7-1.
Go on then, Phil, tell us Bars's bet.
I've gone with West on the handicap, -1.5. I just think his explosive scoring will be a little bit too much for Dan Reed, so I like that one. Harrington against Lee, I think, has got legs because I can't really split them, so that goes very deep for me. So over 5.5, I like that because I just think it's good. And then the last one, Lee versus Morris. I'm going Morris on the handicap because he's got a bit of a fan club in here. He's going to own this stage and he's going to work the crowd and love every minute of it.
Right, no falling out in the commentary box. Are you ready, guys?
Yeah, we're ready.
Well, let's get it on. The first match of the evening is Ryan Harrington against Tommy Morris. And Tommy had a chat with Henry a little earlier.
Tommy, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it very much. Having the 2 days off has helped me a lot. Get my mindset now and just carry on what I'm doing.
It's been quite the week for you, hasn't it? You came in as a late replacement in Group C. Then you came in for Gordon Mathers, who couldn't travel this week from Australia. Have you taken all of this in your stride?
Definitely. I mean, having the opportunity, I've taken it with both hands, especially coming here where I'm local as well. I've got to grab it while I can, especially if anyone else pulls out in the future. I'd love to be stepping in and just carry on what I'm doing.
Well, you've certainly harboured a lot of headlines since you've been here, and a lot of people watching have been really impressed with how you play. Just describe a little bit about your darting background.
I've played most of my life, really. I mean, the last 4 years have been quite critical to me. Breaking my wrist is a massive step for me. I thought it was completely over. And coming back from the injury and playing like I am now, I'm very grateful. So things like this, I'll grab it while I can.
Is this the biggest night of your darts career, do you feel?
Definitely, yeah, by a long mile. This is brilliant for me. England was massive for me. That was a big step going through the county system. But this is a step above and I'm just going to take it. I'm going to try my best.
And if you were to be successful tonight, would this be the cherry on the top of a very big cake?
Oh, yes. Big, massive Victoria sponge. I'll eat the lot.
Oh, we love the sound of that. Tommy, we wish you all the very best.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Right then, without further ado, let's get finals night underway. The man you just heard from, Tommy Morris, is first on stage and he has plenty of supporters in as well. He takes on Ryan Harrington, a man who's been around darts all his life, and I'm sure that Dad Rod will be watching, so he better not miss a big number. Charlie Corstefine is the referee for the night, and Phil Bars and Henry Deacon are now in position in commentary. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome along, everyone, to the Week 5 finals night here at the Super Series on the Super Series YouTube channel. There we are, Ryan Harrington, 32 now. Grand Slam, last 16 for him against the local boy, Tommy Morris, that has taken this by storm, H.
He most certainly has. Good evening, Phil. Good evening, everyone. And what an evening we have in store here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's a big occasion, so we had to have Charlie Corstefine in charge of proceedings.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
And we head into the action here in finals night. Here in Week 5, it's Tommy Morris up against Ryan Harrington to start. Tommy Morris, who's been, well, the find probably of the year so far. He came in as a late replacement in Group C last week, played well enough that when Gordon Mathers had to withdraw due to travel issues getting over from Australia, he was the first player to get the phone call, and well, he's lived up to the hype and the billing ever since,
96.
Winning Group A and winning it in quite some emphatic style.
And he's got a swagger about that stage. He's not scared to let his emotions do the talking.
96.
I just feel that if he can get off to a win, bag 2 points, we may get a big celebration from him.
However,
58.
the dynamic could be different tonight for Tommy in the aspect of on Friday, he was fulfilling fixtures. He knew he couldn't get through unless something dramatic happened. He was just kind of playing the matches. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, he knew he had a couple of opportunities. But this is the first time here at the Super Series where he's going to get that feeling of urgency, having to get out the blocks quickly.
It's not even that for me, Henry. It's the fact there's now a prize in sight where when you're in a group stage, it's just qualification for the final. That's the goal. And you have multiple opportunities to do that. Where now he's chasing
Tommy, you
a winner's check
70.
and a place in Champions Week. And for first blood, he's looking at 70. But slipped into the treble one. May only get a dart at the ball. And it is only one dart, and it should have been
34.
two.
Ryan,
Look, it's a handy leave. It's a happy accident if he comes back.
Treble 18 would have given Harrington a dart at tops, and so Morris is going to get the opportunity to right the wrong of earlier on. Steve West watching on in the background.
Running his eye over the competition.
58. Tommy, you require 36.
He's been super relaxed all week.
Game shot.
Composed himself. Those first two
Tommy
darts
Morris.
weren't particularly good from Tommy Morris, but just steps back, deep breath, and bangs
Second
double
leg,
18
trying to throw first.
for opening
Game on.
blood here in finals night.
And you can hear that the Tommy Morris massive follow him everywhere they go. You can hear them in big number this evening.
99.
In the first war, following the first leg win for him, a holder throw to get him on the board. Remember, it's not just every
140.
point, but it is every leg that is vital this evening, because how often is a Saturday night decided by legs difference?
And especially
83.
when this Group 1 is so close as well. I called it when we were on stage. I think we could see a 9-dart shootout. I really do.
Do you realise that my notepad is heading towards the end?
Professionalism, H. You should have a new one here with you.
139.
You should see the reefs of paper in this comms box.
This is why I bring a hiking rucksack with me.
100.
I don't know if we're going on any expeditions tomorrow or something. Oh, that's next week, isn't it?
Yeah, here with Matthew Edgar for 3 days and then off to the World Cup of Darts.
45. Tommy, you require 121.
Tommy Morris will be hoping that he'd be walking away with a title and a trophy in his hand, but the 1-2-1 isn't going to go on this occasion, and so Harrington returns
Ryan, you require
for the 1-3-5 to
135.
level things up at one apiece.
135 isn't going to go, and Tommy Morris will be disappointed with that visit. Only 33 to leave 88. This should have been a lot easier, but that recovery dart is superb. It's going to get 2 darts at double 14 for a 2-0 lead. Is that a good guide?
74.
He's over-adjusted it.
Ryan, you require 102.
And so Harrington has been restricted to opportunities of ton plus outs. Is he going to be able to take out the 102? It's going to be one in his hand at double 16.
86.
And he's just inside.
Tommy, you require 14.
This double 7 is never easy. Has to be aggressive. Has to work south off of that barrel into the bottom corner.
No score. Ryan, you
Too
require
much on it.
16.
Into the wrong bed. He went high instead of low.
Game shot on
2
the
8s
second leg.
for a level game at
Ryan
one apiece, and
Harrington.
Harrington is back on terms.
Third
What we
leg,
said
it's
about
Tommy to
Tommy
throw
Morris
first.
earlier.
Game
that
on.
The dynamics change. He's chasing a prize now. And he's only 1 from 9.
Whoa,
He should be 2 in the luck. The scoring phase has been
180.
good. Just maybe that little bit of the pressure on the outer ring.
But this has been the story of Ryan Harrington's week in the
85.
respect that he's been outscored by his opponents, but he's been able to finish well.
80. $43. 60.
Morris in control of this third leg. Looking to take the lead again, and it'll be interesting to
85.
see how his mindset is. Because 2-1 he'll be happy with, but it should be 3-0.
100.
And then you're looking at a huge win in your opener, which sets you up. Look, 4-0, 4-1. You've done all the hard work there, because it's going to be hard to overtake you on leg difference.
9. Tommy, you require 81.
Well, we were hoping for a 9 this evening, but not that particular type of 9. The 9s we like to see are usually finished on double 12. And the double 6 goes a
75.
begging, and that's now 1 from 11.
Yeah, and on the 9s, it's usually Conor Heenahan.
Well, it's only Conor Heenahan. It only happens on Thursday night, and Paul Nicholson needs to be on commentary.
85. Tommy, you require 6.
So the difficult
Game
double
shot
three,
on the
but this
third
time
leg.
makes no
Tommy
mistake.
Morris.
And Tommy Morris leads 2-1. And that should just settle him down a little bit because the doubles have been jittery
Fourth leg, it's Ryan
up
to
until
throw
then.
first.
But a
Game
clean
on.
one on a difficult double for the pool man.
Halfway towards the victory post in his first game of finals night.
92.
Got his family in the middle of the front row as Tommy.
55.
Got a fair few down. It's a big crowd in the live lounge this evening as we have a look at the side-on profiles of both of our players.
It's just a
87.
little bit of movement from Ryan Harrington.
100.
Tommy Morris, a bubbly character. It is quite sturdy. Not a lot going on with that.
95. 100.
The only thing I'll say is the shoulder really does extend, doesn't it, upon release?
Yeah, I don't mind that. The full follow through. Again, Ryan Harrington just struggling here, especially in the scoring
43.
phase of this. Not had a two treble visit as of yet.
60.
Well, it's gone from a case of from one off leg to another. Harrington in the third and now Morris in the fourth. But Harrington's not being able to pounce upon it as much as Tommy
85.
managed to in the previous. However, even though he's got a treble, he's still on a three-dart finish on 99. The only one with 2 digits.
95. Ryan, you require 99.
Tops. There's one.
79.
When he knows that was
Tommy
close by that
required
reaction,
91.
he felt that was in. Aggressive from Tommy Morris. He's found the treble 17. He's going to get 2 darts at tops for a 3-1 lead. That's wild. But
Game
the
shot on
recovery
the
dart is
fourth
there, and we can
leg.
see
Tommy
what it
Morris.
means. We said he was a character. 4 legs in, and there's the first glimpse of the Morris celebration.
Fifth
It's
leg,
a
it's Tommy
break
to
of
throw
throw.
first.
He
Game
is
on.
like a coiled spring up there.
If you're in any doubt as to how fired up and how much Tommy Morris wants this,
100.
there is your case in point. He is a leg away now, having obtained the break of throw for moving into a victory position. And importantly, it could be a big win as well.
140.
A 4-1 victory puts himself in a very good position in the group. Now, if you are new to us here at finals night, a player will go through with 2
140.
points and a positive legs difference. So a 4-1 win in this scenario would mean that Morris would be on +3. And so if he can make sure that he keeps the
90.
he gets to a couple of legs that it's 4-2 or better, the defeat column in the next game, then he would be through.
100.
Morris is down to a finish after 9. We saw what it meant on the 91. We may get
97.
cartwheels
Tommy
if the 161
require
goes.
161.
But it's not going to go. But he's looking to set up.
59.
Not sure we've had crowd surfing yet at the live lounge, H.
Adam Warner sent us close. Don't know, do you see the
57.
Christmas do?
Tommy, you require
Tommy Morris
102.
102 to get the game 1, to win 4-1, and to kick off his night to summer plonk. He steps back to recompose himself for a dart at double 16.
70. Ryan, you require 117.
Harrington to keep this one alive. Needs treble 19. Can't find it, so Morris will be back for a huge victory in the opener.
93.
So double
Tommy
16
required
for Tommy
32.
Morris to get the job done and to seal a 4-1 victory, which puts him in a handsome position in terms of qualification
Game shot.
through to the semi-finals.
And the match.
And look at what it
Tommy
means,
Morris.
not just to Tommy Morris, but his legion of supporters who are following him this evening. He gets the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 1 in the opening game of finals night, doing so of an average just under 86. 4 out of 17 on the doubles. That'll be the one thing you want to sharpen up on. As to Ryan Harrington, he has got a big job to do when he takes on Daniel Lee in the third game of the session. Right, we're going to kick off Group 2 in a couple of minutes, and it's going to see the man they think is favourite to go on and pick up the title, Steve West, against Dan Reed.
Welcome back into Group 2 now, and the favourite to win the title tonight, Steve West, is on the stage and ready to begin his finals night campaign. He dominated Group B over the last couple of nights, losing just one match, but that defeat did come against Dan Reed, the man he's going to play in his opener tonight, four-time qualifier for the UK Open and looking to upset the odds. Right then, let's get Group 2 going, shall we? Back to Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone. The favourite for the Week 5 finals is in action. Steve West, the Group B winner. But H, as Chris said there, Dan Reed did beat Steve on Thursday night. Yes, West missed 5 match starts across a couple of legs, but you feel that Dan may have to win this if he's to progress.
And we know what it's like with darts players. They don't forget head-to-head meetings. And Steve West will know the fact that Dan Reed was the only player to beat him in that particular group as well. So don't think that that is not going to swirl around the mind of Steve West, who ultimately has one goal in mind. That's not just to qualify through the Champions Week. That's to actually win the whole lot.
82.
That's his goals and his ambitions. And he came so close to qualifying for Champions Night the last time he was here. Missed out courtesy of that game with Justin Hood. And the fire is still burning quite brightly in the mind of Steve West.
$99.
Now then, Bars, it's been quite friendly in the commentary box so far. However, we've got a little bit of a rivalry going on the pundits' picks, and we've both got a runner in this particular race.
60.
We have. I'm on the Steve West handicap bet minus 1.5.
81.
Well, I reckon Steve West is going to hit 2 or more 180s in this game at 5-4. He's been prolific when it's come to the maximum hitting, and we should actually say that the last game we did see a maximum from Tommy Morris. That was the 180th of the week. And some of the crowd thought we had number 181.
$99.
West is down to a finish, but a 2-treble visit here from Dan Reed would make the opening leg interesting.
60. Steve, you require
I'm not sure that's the right
140.
decision. I think he should be covering there. He can't see anything of the treble.
60. Dan, you require
Those first 2 darts were quite
141.
safe from Steve. Treble 19 would have left double 12.
93. Steve, you require 80.
But this 80 is under pressure. 2 darts at double 10. No, it's not in, Steve. Come back. Up to 5.
Game shot on the first leg.
And finds it.
Steve West.
Steve West is in the groove here.
Steve West meaning business. He wants to be the best.
Second leg, it's down
come
to
the end
throw
of the
first.
evening.
Game
Now,
on.
he, as I say, made it through the Champions Week last time. He won week 7 of the process previously and beat Fallon Sherrick in the final. That was a really good finals night, a really
100.
good field in that particular week.
Yeah, week 7 was just fantastic to watch, and the actual finals night itself was littered with
100.
quality, and across the night, Fallon Sherrick was the better player. However, Steve West was sensational in that final, hooked it all up when it mattered.
Was it
55.
double 10 on the 140 Fallon missed, and then Steve then took advantage?
Yeah. Yeah, Fallon played beautifully in the group semi-finals, but Steve
70.
in the final was just irresistible.
Yeah, it was one of those classic weeks here at the Live Lounge. We've got a decent-sized crowd in this evening, and you can be a part of this on every single Saturday evening. Tickets
94.
are available up until around the middle of August for this particular event, and you could do so by scanning that QR code to join that lot in the crowd. And you may see in the top right of your picture you saw just there, Harry and Keelan, big Super Series fans, and big fans of that 180. You can see him there in the corner. Enjoying all the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That sends you over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets for a Saturday night.
And if you're really unfortunate, you may even get a signed card from H, who walks around with his little
Game
one-up
shot
bum
on the
bag
second
handing them out.
leg.
But that
Steve
is
West.
absolutely sensational from Steve West. The 151 12 dart breaker throw, and the
Third leg,
favourite
it's Steve to
is
throw
living up
first.
to the billing.
Game on.
As the shirt said, that's MODUS, baby! Steve West is in business. He's in business, all right!
180.
His second of the leg of the match, shall I say. That's 9 perfect darts in a row for Steve West.
100.
We've had a 9 on a Saturday night, H. 180, 151, 180.
I was hoping I could say the line, hold your horses, Phil.
140.
But this is some performance. He's averaging 110.17, and Dan Reed is averaging 84. He's not really done nothing wrong in this match, apart from the fact he decided to step
100.
onto the oche at the same time as Steve West playing like this.
Yeah, Steve West throwing down a marker here
41.
in game number 2, saying to that practice room, I'm the one to beat.
We thought before the beginning of the evening that maybe
100.
Steve West could do
Steve
something special. He's
required
provided some special
140.
stuff. Can he provide us with another big finish? Can the 140 be added to the 151? Double 10. This
Game
is
shot
mesmeric from
leg.
Steve West.
Steve West.
A statement performance, a 12-darter, 2 big ton plus checkouts,
Fourth leg, it stands to
an
throw
average
first.
in excess of
Game on.
107. He was the bookies' favourites, and he is showing exactly why.
And what I like is that little smirk Steve West just gave to our
140.
camera. He knows he's playing well. Back-to-back 12 darters, back-to-back huge ton-topping finishes.
100.
Simply the West, maybe simply the best come 11:30 tonight.
I'm going to say this quietly, but I am 2/3 of the way to...
85.
I haven't even actually got a name for my bets, have I? But I'm 2/3 of the way there, potentially now, because Steve West has hit 2 maximums in this game.
97.
But Dan Reed not giving up here.
180.
Finds a maximum. And he's 3-0 down, but he's averaging over 96.5 here. Dan Reed is playing
55.
well. But it's just
Daniel
the
Ricciardo,
barrage
96.
that is coming his way, courtesy of Steve West.
Tops.
Game
That's
shot on the
magnificent from
fourth
Dan Reed,
leg.
because he has
Dan
been
Reed.
put royally under it by Steve West, and the fist bump there is of acknowledgement from
Fifth leg,
Steve,
it's
because he
Steve to
knows the
throw
wars
first.
that Dan
Game
Reed has
on.
had to go through, and when he's been given one opportunity, he has more than taken it. He's averaging 96.5, and that was his first double attempt of the match after
100.
leg 4.
Yeah, he really has been feeding on scraps. But at times, when you are under the cosh, hanging on to coattails,
60.
you just need something to spark you. And is that what Dan Reed needed? But look, he's going to have to break the Steve West throw to
100.
get back into this game. That's not something that's easy to do here at the Super Series.
Absolutely not. You have to do something special. You may have to fill it up, Dan. 140, you sense, is an absolute minimum requirement. That's exactly what he does.
But when Steve Dart's first start is sat like that,
80.
oh,
Scribble the one off the cards.
someone's getting glared at.
Yeah, we have a crowd that's quite
85.
vociferous in. They do give the players a better order, but every now and then, you, like of any event, you're just going to get that one over exuberant individual.
45.
May not even be that. Sometimes that, as you can see, they're that close and it's that intimate here that you can hear a pin drop.
100.
But Steve West had 60 points on the floor in this leg. How crucial is that going to be? Because
55. Daniel required
Dan
116.
Reed could get one of the breaks back here. Needs another. Can't find it.
42.
So Steve West, to
required
round off an incredible
121.
performance, this would be his 3rd ton plus checkout of the match, is very much on It's going to be a dart to the ball to win it for West.
71.
And that's a second bounce out to the leg.
And that has come
Daniel
clattering off the
Mackay,
wire.
74.
You could hear the noise it made. That was metal on metal.
All about the metal for Dan.
Game
He
shot on the
finds the
fifth
tops.
leg.
It's back to
Dan
3-2.
Reed.
And maybe this game is beginning to change. West with 2 bounce outs.
Sixth leg, it's Dan to throw
Including
first.
one.
Game on.
At the bullseye at the end of the last leg. And now he's got something to think about because this game is back on throat.
85.
Steve West has missed the dart to win it 4-1. Is that a pivotal point in this match?
41.
The Dan Reed action. No head movement, which is what I like.
140.
It's very much an old school in the fact that you bring the dart up, you pull it back and you fire. Steve West, as you can see, brings it
140.
right up towards eye level before then propelling the dart forward. And he's got this, I think, one of the most natural actions that you'll ever see
45.
Steve West, and the fact that once it gets going, it really does get going.
Yeah, he's such a good grouper of a dart.
140.
It looks as if he's just rediscovered that composure. After he had the dart on the floor, it just went missing for a while, but it looks like he's got it back. And he's going to need to.
140.
Well, West is going to have to find a 6-140 of the game here, you feel. And when that first dart goes in like that, only one thing's going to happen.
140.
Lo and behold, this
Daniel
91
Mackay,
is a Hail
91.
Mary attempt for Dan Reed.
Double to
Game
keep him
shot
in
on the
it.
sixth leg. Dan Reed.
He's gotten away with it. I'm always critical of when players don't go the bullseye route
Seventh and final leg.
on
It's Steve
91
throw
to
first.
95,
Game
especially
on.
when the opponent is on a double. But Dan Reed found the double shot, and we are level. And how big could those mismatched darts
100.
be from Steve West?
And some bad news, Barzy. Barzy's bets is in the mud.
119.
You need to sort out your tipping.
$81.
You should seek advice off of others.
Big visit here from Dan Reed is needed.
85.
That last dart just keeps him interested, but he could have forged an opportunity here. However, Steve West, we saw the celebration from him. A timely maximum and his third of this contest.
And this is the thing with Steve West. You can never rule out a big visit from him. Just when you think you've got him, he'll get
100.
himself out of trouble with a big
Steve
visit.
Mackay,
And he's now got
140.
6 of the match from 140 to get the job done. He's going to need both visits to do exactly that. But Steve West, who had to fight off the
60.
Dan Reed comeback, is now potentially 80 points away from getting the job done.
Setup could have been better. The 80 is tricky.
91. Steve Mackay, 80.
Not a fan of that at all.
22.
We talk about board management so much, and that's a
Daniel
mistake.
Mackay, 106.
And it could be a mistake that gets punished.
We've already seen a crucial 106 from Dan Reed this week. He hit it against Danny Smith yesterday. Can he find another opportune one against Steve West? He needed the treble 18 there to leave himself a dart at double 16.
98.
He's set up
Steve
handily
Mackay,
enough. And so
58.
Steve West, 2 darts he should get and will get at tops. And it's now double 10. And it's gone the other
50.
side. And Dan Reed to pull off the comeback.
Daniel Mackay, 8.
From 3-0 down, Dan Reed now has match darts. Double 2. How much can he see of that? Moves along, opens up the angle, and to
4.
win it, but it doesn't go, and you can see the look on his face.
8.
He knows that was a massive opportunity.
That's a perfect marker for Steve West. Can he work it just a little bit further
4.
along? No is the answer. It's a myriad
Daniel
of
required
mismatched
4.
doubles from the pair. And so Dan Reed returns to 2s.
No score.
But he goes the other side.
A
Stevie
match
required 4.
that has had so much quality, has twisted and turned drama in the decider. I'm not sure how much he can see.
Game.
What
shot,
a dart that
and
is.
the match.
Steve West
Steve
celebrates.
West.
They both missed multiple match darts, but ultimately it was a superb contest between the pair. But the favourite bags the points. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Ryan Harrington against Dan Lee.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series finals night here on Saturday. And we've just seen a really dramatic darting ding-dong with Steve West beating Dan Reed despite squandering a 3-leg lead. Right, that was in Group 2. Attention now turns back to Group 1, and it's Ryan Harrington against Daniel Lee. Harrington, having lost his opener to Tommy Morris, of course, would be eliminated if he were to fall to Lee in this one. Lee's a really interesting character, a good new addition to the Super Series. Came in as an ADC qualifier. He's got a certain stage presence, a certain confidence, and his own way of going about things, certainly when it comes to the finishing. And I had a little chat with Daniel earlier on. Daniel, here at finals night of the MODUS Super Series, just give us your reflection on the week you've had here so far.
It's been a tiring week. I've had patchy games where I've had really good stuff and really bad stuff. Well, not really bad stuff, but average stuff. But yeah, just looking for more consistency. But yeah, I love it on the stage. I've adapted to it well, I think. Yeah.
You've got your own style as well. We've seen some kind of unorthodox checkouts. Just talk us through that sort of safe double-double route that you go.
I just think the way a game goes, each game's different, and sometimes I look at the board, I see what's left, and I just feel like something's right. And when it feels right, you know, I just go for it. So if I need 68, for example, and there's a double 14 like yesterday, I feel good that it's going to go in, so why would I not go for it, you know?
And stage presence as well. You're going to be in front of an audience tonight, so how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
We're looking forward to it too. Good luck.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And here we are. It is a must-win game for Ryan Harrington after losing the opener to Tommy Morris. And he's going to have to up the performance level as well, H, because the scoring phase of the game wasn't there.
No, it wasn't. It was a 79.92 average in the end against Tommy Morris, who, even though he had a little bit of a wobble in the middle part of the match, it didn't really change much because Harrington didn't really give much in response. The animal, 32 years of age from Chelmsford, and well, he's graced all the big stages in the sport, not always in a playing capacity, because there's a brilliant story about Ryan being a mascot for a certain sponsor at the PDC World Championships, and basically he had to take on fans in the crowd in front of the Alexandra Palace stage for, I think it was like some kind of monetary prize, wasn't it, for the crowd before the sessions got underway.
100.
That looks a better start from Harrington. Maybe he's just settled down after the first game.
140.
Do you know what you find with Daniel Lee, and you've interviewed a lot of darts players as well as I have, is there's a lot of players that could be very media trained, and because of that they might give the same answers.
60.
Do you know what, Daniel Lee was a very open book in that interview. He just said what he thought.
Yeah, I liked it, and as Murph said, it's refreshing to see, and he has been superb here this
45.
week. The ADC man.
And it's proof in the pudding that the ADC Vault series is working.
44.
In the respect that it can bring through players like Daniel Lee, who maybe before the Vault system didn't possibly branch out or don't look to branch out, and have a look at the Vault series, have a look at this and
98.
think, do you know what, I will chance my arm. Stephen Johnston, the Scottish qualifier not too long ago here at the Super Series, never played outside of Scotland, never really played outside his hometown, but gave the Vault a go, qualified through that, and we've unearthed 59. Some real gems through it, and who knows what this week could possibly do to Dan Lee. I mean, it's still not over. He could play at Champions Week, of course, but going forward, this could be huge for him.
I'm also a huge fan of that shirt.
99.
It's got a bit of style and panache about it, hasn't it?
Just different. Quirky.
44.
I love the Ryan
Daniel
finesse
require 119.
shirt. He's got friends who work for a local gold shop, and he'll get all the stuff from there. As Lee looks for tops, this is probably the most conventional way he's going to go for a ton plus
79.
finish tonight.
Yeah, and we said after Ryan Harrington's first visit, he looked in the groove, but since then,
95.
Scoring radar has gone awry.
Game
and he
shot
finds
the first
himself
leg.
a leg down.
Daniel
He finds
Lee.
himself a breakdown. And Daniel Lee off to the perfect start, leading Ryan Harrington by a leg to nil. And Harrington, who has to win this game to stand any chance.
Second leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
4-1 defeat in his opening game to Tommy Morris, which effectively means to get to 2 points and 0 is his best possible
39.
hope now. It's got to be a 9-dart shootout potentially for him.
$85.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, Ryan has played on the grandest stages of them all. But it just shows you still get nervous when the lights and cameras are on and someone says game on.
It is a different environment as well, because there's a crowd in, and where it's a different feel because it's so quiet in that auditorium. And I was speaking to Michel van der Horst, who actually is in the crowd tonight, alongside Patrick Mart in the back of the auditorium. And he said that he couldn't hear a thing when he was playing on the stage. It's so quiet
43.
on there. And it's going to be a different environment because you're going to get those little rhubarbs of conversation from the crowd as the game goes on.
133.
Yeah, there was a lot to like about Patrick Mart.
85. Daniel, you
First
require
time here,
130.
and I'd like to see him return. I thought he did enough.
$58. $86. Daniel, you require 72.
For a 2-0 lead, it's going to be 2 in his hand, a double 12. It strays into the double 9, so all the way down to double 3 for
69.
Lee. Not to be.
Ryan, you require 102.
And so Harrington 102 to get the break back and to level us up at 1 apiece. 82 left. Went for the bullseye to leave double 16, and so
62.
Daniel Lee.
Daniel, you require
has got
3.
nowhere else to go.
No score.
Oh, he's gone high there to give himself a marker, but put too much on it.
Game shot on the second leg.
And is that the turning point that Ryan Harrington needed? He should be 2-0 down. However, he's not. He's 1-1, and we're now back on throw.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Staring at the wall. He knows that is an opportunity missed.
And Harrington is kicking on.
80.
His first max of the night.
100.
The 6th in total, and we're only in the third leg of game 3.
$100. $100.
We saw Harrington's fighting qualities yesterday in match 15
$45
of Group C when it really mattered. He dug in, and he's doing exactly the same here. And after
100,
a leg and a half, that average was around the 68 mark. Put it up to 80, and you can just see that steeliness in his eyes.
96.
Well, it's that case of now, this is the last chance saloon for him. You have to extract the tank.
$27. Ryan, you require 80.
To turn the game on a sixpence, to make it 2-1 and to make it advantage to Harrington. Now, he's gone the 16s route. Wow.
64.
Double, and that was nearly toil and trouble.
He's got breathing space because Lee's not on a finish.
93.
So Harrington,
Ryan, you require
2 on the
16.
spin, looking at double 8. That looks a good guide just to work off of it. He's over-adjusted, now chasing to 4s.
12.
And he's come inside.
Daniel, you require
Is this a reverse
81.
of the last leg, H?
For all the hard work that Ryan Harrington has put in to get himself into this position, he may have just undone it if Lee can beg the bull.
42.
I said bullseye, Dan.
Ryan, you require 4. Game shot on the third leg.
Ryan Harrington comes back. And this time there was no trouble as he pins double two at the first time of asking. Harrington leads in this must-win game for him.
Game on.
I did have to just double check who did that 80 outshot there, because we've been talking all week about Daniel Lee's maverick way of finishing. But Ryan Harrington thought, you know what, I'll give it a go as well. He won the leg. He's 2-1 up. He's halfway towards victory. Daniel Lee wasn't on a finish, but
99. $100.
Fabulous last dart there. Just clattered in off of dart 2. Runs for cover because it's come low and blocked the bed.
96.
He's opened the angle up there and found treble 19. Last dart.
47. $70. $97.
Cover shooting's good from Dan Lee. However, a big visit from Harrington here would have the Dan Lee throw under a little bit of pressure.
97.
Pressure applied to a point. Depends what Daniel Lee can do here. That's perfectly set for another.
95.
He disappointed after the first start of that visit.
39.
Yeah, the 139 is not easy though. 82. Which way is he going to go? It's gone for the ball, so 17 will leave tops.
116.
Right now, there would be
Daniel, you require
a certain
85.
father saying those words.
Don't miss the big number. Don't miss
Game shot
the
on
ball.
the fourth leg.
Daniel Lee does neither. And he's back to parity. Back to 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And it's a best of 3 now, in which Ryan Harrington's fate will be settled in.
100.
Yeah, and on balance of play, we've probably got the right score, but just not the right legs won, because they both won legs they shouldn't have done. So we're in and around
53.
the right territory.
$75.
He's had this innate ability this week, Ryan Harrington, to dig in at the important moments when
60.
he may have had his back against the wall, when it may look like his opponent may just have that extra little bit of edge.
60.
But he conjures up something. He finds a way. Sometimes he's got to take advantage of opportunities. Sometimes he carves it out for himself.
81.
Should be downstairs first. Another.
133.
Bit of it, a single, then he'd have gone upstairs and left the fish. But found the second treble.
100. Ryan, you require 133.
Treble 18.
93.
Found to leave tops. Daniel Lee, no finish.
42.
So Ryan Harrington.
Ryan, you require 40.
Coming back. Is that a guide at tops?
Game shot on the
The
fifth
answer is
leg.
yes, it is.
Ryan Harrington.
Ryan Harrington leads again 3-2. And he's not going out without a fight, H.
Absolutely not, but the margin of victory could be oh so important. A 4-2 win for Harrington would mean that after that 4-1 defeat to Tommy Morris, the legs difference would go down to -1, and he'd have to await the result of Danny Lee's game against Tommy Morris to see whether he would head through or not. A 9-dart shooter opportunity is now distinguished in Group 1. We could still have it in Group 2.
100.
Harrington. Can he have a free shot here on the Dan Lee throw? Because
100.
the pressure then is increased if Dan Lee wins this leg on Harrington, because it is must win.
140.
It'd be knees weak, palms are sweaty. I just hope he didn't have spaghetti for dinner.
140.
Doesn't look nervous though.
44.
And Dan Lee has made a mess of that. And this is an opportunity now for Ryan Harrington.
100.
Leaves a finish. And it's one the pros like. Because it's only one treble,
100.
single to double.
Ryan, you require 116.
Going the 19s route. Needs the treble to leave tops. It's not going to go.
56. Daniel, you require
Daniel Lee,
76.
76 to send us the distance. 2 darts at double 8.
No score.
But he's busted his score. He's gone into the double 11. And now
Ryan, you
this is the
require
opportunity
60.
that Ryan Harrington requires, needs. 2 darts at tops. 10s.
40.
And it's not his friend.
Daniel, you require 76.
It turned out to be a foe, but the faux pas from Daniel Lee in the previous visit. He rectifies it by getting the treble there. But can he find the double 8 this time? He doesn't, like the lie of that first dart. And he's going on a trip all the way across the south coast to find
60.
an angle, to find a route. And that doesn't come. And so
Ryan, you
Harrington
require
has another
20.
match-winning chance.
Double 10. Miles inside. Double 5. And he's come
No
inside.
score. Daniel, you require 16.
Harrington blows the opportunity. Lee to keep this one alive. Last dart,
No
and he
score.
can't take it. So Harrington breathes again.
He gets another chance to get over the line as Daniel Lee disconsolately walks
Ryan, you
back to
require
the drinks
20.
table. And if this double 10 is sank,
Game.
Daniel
shots,
Lee will find
and the
himself in
match.
peril as he
Ryan
takes on
Harrington.
Tommy Morris in the final game of the session in this particular phase. Ryan Harrington is still in the race. He picks up 2 points. He beats Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 2 in the end. That moves him then onto 2 points and -1 in terms of legs difference. How crucial is that going to be? Daniel Lee is going to have to beat Tommy Morris, and then the legs difference is going to swing into play. As far as Group 2 is concerned, Dan Reed just has to win against Shane McGurk after this short break.
Welcome back. We resume the action here with Shane McGurk, the last player to feature in tonight's darts session, and he is looking to knock out Dan Reed, who came back from 3-0 down against Steve West. Disappointed not to cross the line, missing match darts in that one, Reed, but getting those 3 legs back means he actually can qualify with a win of 4-2 or better in this one. Defeat and Dan is out. McGurk and West go through 4-3 to Reed, and the possibility of a 9-dart shootout remains on the cards. I know the boys in the commentary box think that is a distinct possibility.
And it is the sort of group where it very much could happen. Dan Reed against Shane McGurk is the type of game that on paper it won't take too much to differentiate the two. And if you actually have a look at the bookmakers' markets for this game, they have Dan Reed off as the 8-13 favourite. Shane McGurk off at
game on
6-5. And what do you make of those particular odds? Now, if you're going to have a punish, Shane McGurk may be the value in this one.
I think they've priced out the fact that Dan Reed played really well against Steve West.
40.
Which I understand, but you've also got to understand the sport as well. And with Shane McGurk's explosive A game, you'd fancy the value 96. In the McGurk price.
This is the sort of night as well where Shane McGurk really can come into his own in the aspect that because he's so explosive, compared to the group stage format, it's a little bit more of a marathon. Tonight, it's about big moments coming to you, and if he can provide 1 or 2 tonight, that could be enough to get him over the finishing line.
100.
Absolutely, it could. Good start from both here.
59.
Of course, more pressure on Dan Reed in this particular game because he's already played, where Shane knows defeat, it's not the end of the world because he's still got another bite of the cherry, where Dan knows has to win. It's all or nothing.
He's effectively, from here on in, playing knockout darts for the rest of the night.
56.
But in some ways, even though, of course, he didn't want to be in this position, can it help the fact that because that's your innate instinct playing knockout stuff?
100.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see with Dan as well that is he thinking about those missed opportunities against Steve West? Because he dragged himself back into the game from 3-0 down and had the
56.
Opportunity to win it.
Shane, you require 107.
Sometimes it's hard to get that out the back of your mind.
Can McGurk start with a ton topper? Not on this occasion. So Dan Reed, 150 to win the
51.
opening leg with throw. He's been chasing in an opening leg with the darts in a game that he has to win. And he's not going to find the big outshot either.
No, and even before that first dart, McGurk would have been saying to himself, look,
42.
There's a fair chance I'm coming back 56. For this. So compose. 16 for tops. There's part 1. Is that a good guide?
36.
Over-adjusted. Dan Reed breathes again. 108 for a hold, but he's been off the pace in this leg. We just got a wow from Dan Reed.
36. Shane, you require 20.
Well, we got a wow from Dan, and we're going to get an oh yeah from Shane.
Aim shot on the first leg.
That's a break for Shane.
McGurk.
He leads 1-0. It wasn't a vintage leg, but it's one in the leisure nonetheless.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
He won't care about vintage legs. He'll just care about 2 points.
It's a just get the job done kind of night.
140. 140.
Considering where that first dart was, that's a great visit from Dan Reed because dart 1 could have been a blocker, a bit like that one. Where Shane McGurk runs for cover where Dan found a way
57.
past.
57. $42.
What you could see from the overhead angle of the McGurk darts last time out is how he's been dragging them low. There we go. Case and example again. And because it stands up to attention. When it goes in like that, that's absolutely perfect for him. Case in point there. But when it drags below, you can see from that angle, there's not a lot of the treble to aim at.
Can you just brush off of
60.
that one? No is the answer.
Shane, you require 170.
That's a big fish for 2-0. I've been intrigued to see if he'd have gone for it with Dan Reed not on a finish.
44.
Well, we saw a lot of sensible play from Shane yesterday, and the fact that he could have, on a couple of occasions, gone for the bullseye or gone for certain ways and certain moves, but he made the sensible choices. He made the sensible plays.
61. Shane,
Right
you
doing
require
that
126.
when you're the only two on the stage. And there's a load of people behind you cheering you on. Sometimes the ego takes over.
Double six.
Game
for 2-0
shown the second
and a
leg.
ton topper.
Shane McGurk.
Shane McGurk, who has only been on the stage for a matter of 5 minutes, could be halfway towards the semi-finals. Because Dan Reed is staring the exit door smack bang in the face, and he's going to have to find something here. Otherwise, his campaign will come to a
100.
shuddering halt.
And worst case scenario, Shane McGurk's a leg away
55.
from minimum 9-dart shootout if he can win.
135.
Because Dan Reed wouldn't be able to get to a plus leg difference if McGurk gets to 3.
58.
Shane McGurk's second time here at finals night at the Super Series. He qualified in Series 3. That was in week 1. Didn't get out the groups in the end. And so that will be
99.
his potential fort. Well, there's a familiar face in the background. It's one of the best chalkers in darts, Owen
Dan, you
Banks.
require 167. $43.
McGurk will want to pressure that 43 and get down to a manageable finish.
93.
Finds a
Dan, you
treble last
require
start and does leave a finish.
124.
It's not as low as he'd like to have been. So Dan Reed looking at 124. And that's not going to go. So McGurk
92.
coming back for a roof raiser.
Shane, you require 160.
Can McGurk go berserk? Not this time. And so these are the opportunities now that Dan Reed has to take.
45.
It's as simple
Dan,
as
you
that as
require
far as he's
32.
concerned. Double 16, 4-16 into half the arrears.
Chasing now.
Game shot on
But
the
chases
third
well.
leg.
Finds
Dan
double 8.
Reed.
Last die in hand. And Dan Reed is still involved in this week 5 final. Still
Fourth leg, it's
fighting
Shane
for a
to throw
place
first.
in the
Game on.
semi-finals.
Where there is a flicker, there is a glimmer. But as soon as he may have thought, there's a little bit of hope.
140.
He sees McGurk go off 140 with the darts.
$85.
Big last start from Dan Reed. Needed that just to keep in touch. But McGurk is being relentless
95.
in this scoring phase. And you look at the averages, H. I know they're only a guide, but McGurk's scoring phase is so much more prolific at the moment than Dan Reed's.
85.
Well, it's been the ton pluses, 5 compared to 2, and he's just been able, by doing that, just to chip his way through the leg, and he's kind of been a score in front of Reed's in every single turn and every single juncture.
98.
Case in point in this leg, because Dan's going to need, probably realistically, the lot. Has to get 140 minimum, and that's not going to happen.
59.
McGurk has all the time in the world to set up this 168. And setting it up to some tune 48 left. 16 leaves double
136.
when he returns.
And that double is 16 for a 5-visit leg to put him on the brink of qualification and to send Dan Reed packing from the
87.
competition.
Shane, you require 32.
32 for 3-1. Plenty of the bed still to aim at. He's come inside. Now the double eight's tricky because of the first start.
16.
He's effectively throwing that last start blind because he can't see much of the bed. He's lucky in the aspect that Dan Reed was all the way back on 185. And so, take
40.
2 with the open bed on double eight.
This
Shane
time you can
requires
see all of it,
16.
Shane. Now it's getting nervy.
8.
More
Dan, you
darts
require
have gone
145.
astray. Dan Reed has a huge 3-figure finish to go level.
His fans felt the significance potentially that could have
60.
given him. And that was why they
Shane
tried to warn their
require
approval.
8.
They could be silenced by Shane if he can take out double 4. And this would make it 3-1. And this would put him on the hill.
Game
Put
shot
him
the fourth
on the
leg.
points of qualification.
Shane McGurk.
He's one away, Shane McGurk, from the semi-finals.
5th leg, it stands to throw first. Game on.
Dan Reed. Now all he can hope for is that 9-dart shootout.
45. $100. $29.
McGurk is going through the gears here. 177 from McGurk. And he has all the time in the world because Dan Reed, 2 trebleless
100.
visits at the start of this leg, has handed a golden opportunity. McGurk to bag the points, and he's gone Tom 177, 140, leaves 84 after just 9.
And the most impressive element of this performance is when McGurk's had to put in the good stuff
96.
he has. Could win
Shane,
this
you
with a
require
potential
84.
11 if he can get the job done here.
84. He doesn't need to go 14 ball. Finds the treble 16 for double 8
Game,
and
shot,
wins it
and
in
the
style,
match.
and we can see
Shane McGurk.
what it means to Shane McGurk, and that is Group 2 all done and dusted. Dan Reed departs. McGurk takes West through with him in an absolute belter of a game for the Irishman. 88.58 average as we go up to the balcony to speak to Chris Murphy.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGurk has just sealed qualification for the semi-finals. A 4-1 win against Dan Reed before the break saw the Irishman go through. He takes Steve West with him as well, and they'll battle it out in a couple of games' time to win their group. And McGurk is reacting to qualification. He is with Henry Deacon.
Shane, many congratulations. Made it through to the semi-finals, in and out in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, it was. I was very nervous going up. To be fair, it's very warm up there tonight. I think a lot of the guys are saying the backstage as well. It is warm, and I felt it up there. And I think Dan felt it too. But luckily enough, I think it was my first game, so I was fresh on. He might have been, I don't know what way it was. It was more pressure on him because he lost his first game. But I just went in and I just said I'm going to enjoy it, try to play as well as I can, and luckily enough, I got through in the end.
Was it a differentiation of conditions compared to what you were used to in Group C?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot cooler in Group C. I'm not faulting it or not saying nothing about it, but it was just,
I can hear it.
I don't know, maybe it was just the added pressure as well, because there's a crowd in tonight, and you want to play well for a crowd, and you don't want to underperform either, and I think that might have got to me as well. So luckily enough, I got away with that, and I'm happy enough to get through.
Through to the semi-finals now with a game to spare. I know you're obviously going to go out to beat Steve, but to alleviate a little bit of the pressure going into that game.
I take every game as the same as the next. You know, I want to win every game. I want to, especially when I'm here, I want to win every game that I play on that stage. I want to prove myself to everyone out there that I actually can do this. The last time I was here, I got to the semi-final as well, so I'm happy to replicate that, but I'd like to go one step further. If that happens, it does. If not, I'll still go home happy to get to Saturday night, because the calibre of players that we have now, it's absolutely... I don't know, like it's mental that to get through to Saturday night at all, like it is pretty good.
We'll let you get ready for that game with Steve. Shane, many congratulations.
Thanks.
So that's Group 1. Group 2, pretty much done and dusted, just a fight to who tops the group. Back to Group 1 now, and Tommy Morris takes on Daniel Lee. Now, Morris, having had such a convincing win in his first match, needs just one leg to qualify in this game. If Daniel Lee wins the game, he will go through. Ryan Harrington will go through, of course, if Morris wins, and Harrington and Lee would go through if Lee were to win the match 4-0. Hope that makes sense. Henry Deacon and Phil Bars will guide you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris, and great to hear from Shane. Hot after qualifying, but all eyes now return to Group 1. Daniel Lee, it is must win for him. The only man without any points so far in Group 1 against Tommy Morris, the man that blitzed his way to a 4-1 win in the opening game of the night.
Hello again, Phil.
Welcome back, H. Nice little sprint to the interview room.
Yeah, I thought, you know what, I might go on my jolly jaunts, and I picked up Shane McGurk en route. Anyway, what are we looking forward to in this one?
First leg, it's
I'm
Daniel to
interested
throw
to see
first.
how
Game
both
on.
players react to having played once. Because it's must win for Daniel Lee. But he has the dart, so Morris is going to have to find something.
Well, that something is a solitary leg.
59.
But this is this thing as well, where it's going to be completely new for Tommy in the aspect of it's the sort of play where you're maybe looking at legs to qualify. And in that scenario, when you know you've only got X number of legs to play, can it go the other way where you're thinking about the legs and maybe not the bigger picture of the match?
Yeah, it can be. And it'll be interesting to see the mindset of the players
100.
because Tommy Morris just needs one leg to qualify because of that huge victory in his opening match against Ryan Harrington. So one leg for Morris, and he is through.
96.
Lee, any win, and he's through. We all know if Morris wins,
100.
then Ryan Harrington will be through as well. So the only scenario where Tommy Morris can't go through is if he gets bageled.
You don't want bagels at this time of the day.
58.
Mind you, when you're in New York, the other week anyhow as Bagel Hour, isn't it?
Some fabulous bagel shops in the Big Apple.
43. Daniel, you require 115.
So for the first step on the journey, 115 for Daniel Lee. Treble 20 for tops would have been, was the play, was the option, but he strays the other
39.
side.
$97. Daniel, you require 76.
76 for First Blood. 16 for tops.
Game shot on the first
And the tops
leg.
goes.
Daniel
Lee takes the opener. It's all getting a little bit nervy because Tommy
Second
Morris
leg, it's
hasn't
Tommy to throw
started
first.
the way
Game
he
on.
played in his opener, and that goes back to what we said about the unexpected from him.
55.
The goalposts have changed. He's now chasing a prize. He's not chasing qualification.
And also, he's had a bit of a gap between his first
100.
and second game. He played the first match of the night. He's now playing the 5th match of the night. It's actually the longest gap any player
80.
alongside Steve West is going to get in terms of the evening session here. Let's see him against McGurk in the next match, and that is just a short qualification
100.
in terms of who's going to be top and who's going to be second.
Another little quirk of Tommy Morris is the sweatband on the throwing arm, because normally players don't like anything on that throwing arm.
45.
So it's interesting that he's comfortable with the sweatband there.
Yeah, there's a story towards that. He had an accident a couple of years ago, Tommy,
59.
and he's got a bit of a metal plate on that right arm, and he put the sweatband on because it was easier for him when he was throwing, and he finds comfort in that, and so that's why he's throwing that way. He's throwing that way now
83.
for
Tommy, you
a little
require
while,
167.
and because of it, it's seen his best results, and without it, he may not have possibly have been here, may
99.
have possibly have been playing the sport altogether.
$95. Tommy, you require
So Tommy
68.
Morris, 68 for qualification. Double 16 for qualification.
36.
Qualification
Daniel requires 78.
not achieved.
The champagne is on ice. If this goes to 2-0, he might be skating on
Game
thin
shot on
ice
the second
because
leg.
Daniel Lee gets the
Daniel
break.
Lee.
It's 2-0, and suddenly it all gets very interesting indeed.
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
Especially if Daniel Lee holds
Game
here.
on.
3-0. Then it all gets a little bit nervy. The pressure is
83.
intensified. Can we get the cameraman to Ryan Harrington?
95.
It's like the spin-off to that popular comic book. Where's Wyan? With an R in. With an R in.
$100.
All the threes for Daniel Lee.
55.
And this may just be an opportunity for Tommy Morris to break back
59.
and win the leg he so desperately needs, desperately craves.
Is he beginning to try just that little bit too hard now?
48.
Are both players beginning to try just a little bit too hard?
The pressure
140.
of the Super Series can do weird and wonderful things to players.
But there was one thing very evident right there with the last visit of Tommy Morris. There was a bit more pace
100.
towards it.
Tommy, you require 107.
This is to go through.
I'm intrigued to see his reaction
59.
if he
Daniel,
wins
you
that
require
leg,
130.
to see whether he knows if a leg was enough. Bullseye to make it interesting.
100. Tommy, you require 48.
And so, Tommy, this is your moment. Double 16. One left. Has to skirt across.
Game
And Morris is in the semi-finals.
Tommy
You can
Morris.
jot his name down on the cast list now. He's going to be playing in the final four from 10 o'clock. And he
Fourth
may
leg, it's
well
Tommy to
now
throw first.
scupper
Game
the
on.
hopes of Daniel Lee. He may scupper the hopes of Ryan
85.
Harrington potentially. He's done his job, and now he's going to break the heart of somebody else.
And just by that come on
100.
that we heard, he knew that a leg was enough. He'd had the abacus out in the practice room.
140.
You could tell by the way he's thrown these darts in this leg that he's through, because he's throwing with a far more relaxed nature.
60. $140.
All of a sudden, he's turned into Ricky Evans.
No. Ricky Evans is slower than that. You're going to have to slow down your TV sets just to keep up with him.
41. Tommy, you require 136.
136 for a level game.
120.
And suddenly here, Daniel Lee, who looked as if he's in a great position, he missed a dart at the bullseye
80.
to make it 3-0 in his
Tommy
favour.
requires
Is suddenly
60.
looking at a man in Tommy Morris who has just found his
Game
gears.
shot on the fourth
A
leg.
13 dart to
Tommy
level up at
Morris.
2 apiece. And just as he potentially could well have thought that things were favouring up to him, he could be
Fifth leg, it's
staring
Daniel to throw first.
the exit door in his
Game
face.
on.
He has the darts in 2 of the last 3. He needs to win 2 of the last 3.
$140.
But he does have the darts. So Morris is going to have to find another break of throw
140.
to deny Lee.
$99.
Lee just looks as if he's settled again after that little blitz from Morris.
140.
But the Dorset man, he's going through the gears here. Back-to-back 140s.
And this is the thing as well. He knows he's in the
82.
semi-finals, so he wants to try and keep the levels up, because the last thing you want to do is know you're through, relax, and then get a bit cold as we head towards the semis.
140.
He's on a potential 11.
And that's on the back of a 13 in the previous leg. This is excellent for Tommy Morris.
96. Tommy, you require 81.
Again, it's all after the shackles were off. After that one leg he needed was hit.
41. Daniel, you require 84.
The cheeky double attempt didn't go. But this is a moment here. 14 for the ball. Bullseye for Lee to go back in front.
59.
Wires the 25.
Tommy, you require 40.
And so Morris tops for 3-2, the break of throw. One dart left. Huge dart.
Game
The three
shot on the
players.
fifth leg.
And Morris
Tommy
finds
Morris.
it. Morris pins it. And suddenly Ryan Harrington is looking on with a bit more glee, because Daniel Lee is on the brink.
Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
He's in
Game
the
on.
Hail Mary position. He needs to find something. The Maverick needs to find something, Maverick.
100.
Tommy Morris has all of a sudden put that average over the 90 mark. But Daniel Lee is not done yet.
180.
The first max of this contest goes the way of the ADC man.
40.
Can he keep his cool in and amongst the heat of the live lounge? Shane McGirt mentioned in that interview, it is furnace-like on that stage. It's been a warm afternoon on the South
47.
Coast.
That's what happens When the crowd comes in, the temperature goes up, the pressure is intense.
140.
Diamonds will be made.
And as far as Tommy Morris is concerned, he is cooking on gas right now.
100.
And he could be about to close out a 4-2 win, which would send Ryan Harrington through.
100.
And Daniel Lee, who had a dart to go 3-0 up in this game at the bullseye, now
56.
sees his hopes and his chances rested in the hands of Tommy Morris.
Double 18 to win it.
85.
It's not there.
Daniel, you require 118.
Can he get a number which will save his skin? Not this time. And so Tommy Morris not
94.
just falling for himself, but falling for Ryan Harrington.
36.
Double 18 to send Harrington into the semis. And to deny Daniel Lee. And look at what it means to Tommy Morris. He is semi-final bound to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And that raw piece of emotion there tells you exactly what he feels, exactly what it means. As for Daniel Lee, it's been a brilliant debut week to qualify for Saturday night and for the finale. But it ends in the group stage for him. So, one final game to go in the group stage action. It is to confirm positions as far as the semi-final is concerned. It's see Shane McGurk in action up against Steve West.
Welcome back. I'm with the man of the moment, Tommy Morris, from Super Sub to Super Series semi-finalist. How does that sound?
Oh, I'm absolutely buzzing, full of adrenaline.
Your first game tonight, you're pretty explosive. You were really going for it. You've got a few in here tonight. Have you been feeding off them?
Yeah, I do it in my own head. I switch off because there's noises in there. Where we've been here all week and there's nothing been in there. So having a crowd's helped me because I'm used to playing with it.
4-1 winning your first one. You actually only needed to win one leg in your second match. Were you aware of that?
No, I just play every game like I do, and that helps big time with me. Because if you start fingering the table and stuff like that, that's it, your arse to go.
For us as well, you went 2-0 down there, so it started to get a bit precarious. You wouldn't have known that.
I knew how to kick in the gear, and I done it, and I'm buzzing.
How are you feeling ahead of the semis now?
I got a little break now. I can relax, recuperate, and get back at it. I'm proud where I'm at now, so I've done very well.
Steve West is going to play Shane McGurk to see who wins that group. Whoever loses that match is going to be the person you play in the semi-finals. Like, people ask this question.
Yeah.
Usually they say there's no preference. Do you have a preference?
Just bring it on. Let's keep going.
You're happy to
I'm
play
happy,
anyone?
yeah, keep going, I don't care. I'm ready.
Are you feeling, and you seem like a confident chap
I am,
anyway.
yeah. I mean, I'm respective. I think that plays a big part in darts. If you're not respective, then you get a bad name. But it's 50-50, and I take my chance while I got it.
Could be a couple of games away from £5,000 at a place at Champions Week.
Oh, I'm skint anyway, so I need it.
Just to reflect on what's happened the last week for you, because you first came here last Friday as a replacement, didn't you? You played some good stuff there.
Yeah.
It's kind of, for us, it's out of nowhere, but what's been going on behind the scenes for you?
Well, I've been doing well at county. My England's helped me get ready for like the TV, YouTube, stuff like this. So I've just took it upon that and just brought it here. And I've just, where it's so quiet, it's been easy for me, if I'm honest. I'm not really a big pressure person, so I've just kept that into consideration and kept playing. So.
And I have to say, Scott Mitchell was here as part of our commentary team at the first part of the week when you won Group A.
Yeah.
How big a mentor has he been?
Oh, massive. I look up to Scott a lot. He's done a lot from where we're from, and in my opinion, he's one of the best to ever play in Dorset. And I take credit from him to give me inspiration to get up there. So, thanks, Scotty. I'm doing it now, mate, for us.
And you might do a bit more tonight.
I'm trying, mate. I try. Keep going.
Right, we'll let you go and prepare. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Semi-finals to prepare for.
Thank you
Tommy
very much.
Morris is through. Steve West and Shane McGurk are as well, but whoever wins will win that group. So let's get the last group game on. Henry Deacon and Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. So to the final game with a pool stage action here, and this could be, well, a little bit special, couldn't it? Steve West was really impressive in that game against Dan Reed. 3 maxims, 2 ton plus checkouts en route to a 4-3 success against Dan Reed, who will probably feel unlucky for his efforts this evening. As for Shane McGurk, well, he got the better of Dan by 4 legs to 1, doing so of an 88.5 average. And I suppose in some sense of this scenario, it will, even though they both know they're through, what they don't want to do is take their foot off the gas, because the last thing you want to do is go into the semi-finals with that defeat in the back of your mind.
Completely agree. You want to go into that clash with 2 wins.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Under your belt.
Game on.
Full of confidence.
These are 2 players that the shackles being off might actually help them, because it's going to relax them, and they've both got such natural actions, natural throws.
43.
Yeah, I think this will be a top tungsten tussle.
Now, if you want to feel good, Phil, I can give you something that can make you feel good.
58.
Because Henna's tenors failed. At the final hurdle. It's the story of my life.
41.
We'll leave it to the experts next week, shall we?
41.
We're classing Matt as an expert now.
I'll leave you to discuss that with him in the commentary box on Monday.
Looking forward to being back here with Matt on Monday.
40.
What we're looking forward to is seeing who's going to pick up the cup tonight. And no, we're not talking about a game in Istanbul. We're talking about the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we can guarantee you one thing, it's not going to go to extra time here tonight.
140.
It's still going to the wee hours.
Steve West was stolen the darts here in the opening leg on the McGurk throw.
45. Steve, you require 137.
Tops. Oh, he stayed there.
121.
Changed his MO. Tops is normally his go-to.
Maybe in this scenario where there's nothing to play for in terms of qualification, he's just trying one or two things
65. Steve, you require 16.
Doesn't matter with McGurk not on the finish last time,
shot on the
but that
first
double eight
leg.
was under some
Steve
scrutiny.
West.
But Steve West finds the break. He leads 1-0. He's not the only person to be leading 1-0 right now.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $60.
McGurk looking to bounce straight back here.
140.
All about the response for him. As I say, you don't want to go into the semi-finals with a defeat to your name. But when Steve West first start finds that part of the board, usually invites others. He finds one more at least there.
He'll be disappointed that that wasn't a max.
91.
Needs a treble.
100.
Finds one. Last dart in hand.
$100.
McGurk leaves the big fish to break back in some style.
121. Shane, you require 170.
Can McGurk go berserk? Can the arrow fire up the fish? Not on this occasion.
Oh, he fancied that as well. You can tell by that
98.
reaction that he's disappointed.
95.
We're seeing some maverick stuff here. Both players enjoying themselves with that pressure off their shoulders. Steve West, that is absolutely magnificent. He's 2-0 up. He's playing superbly, averaging just under 97. 2 out of 3 on the finishing.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw
and the finishing has been quite exquisite.
Fabulous double-double from Steve West.
So because he went double-double, how do we sort out the doubles percentages?
As I explained yesterday, Henry, 200%.
140.
Do you like that Big Shaq song? 2 plus 2 is 4,
78.
minus 1, that's 3. Quick maths.
$60.
Well, at the minute, Steve West, he's a man that's looking hot at the moment on the hockey. He's playing some superb stuff.
95.
He's just done the old Michael Van Gogh and pull the socks up as well. We're seeing the full repertoire from Steve West.
And when you speak to him in and around this
96.
environment, I can't tell you enough how much he loves this competition. He's really embraced everything about it.
He's just been so relaxed. He was one of the first in again today as we were having a
43.
production meeting. He put his head in and said hello, and he's there in the practice room, just getting on with it, enjoying a natter with everyone, seeing what's going on behind the
45.
stage, and just enjoying life.
And it's nice to see Steve playing with such a smile on his face. Has had issues, as he says, he's still waiting that
100. See, you require
hip operation.
160.
But he's playing superbly here and could find yet another ton plus outshot. He had 2 against Dan Reed. He's looking for 160 here against
140.
McGurk. And it
Shane, you
just
require
snags below.
105.
I like it how he's tried to correct it in midair. You can see him pointing once it's left the hand. You can't do anything, Steve.
53.
But he's coming back,
Steve, you
looking
require
at double
20.
10 for 3-0 and a double break. Just brush off the barrel.
He's gone so far over, he's blocked our camera angle.
10.
And it goes the other side.
52.
That's only just gone in the 12.
Game shot on the third leg. Shane McGurk.
So back to 2-1. West with the darts in the
Steve to throw
fourth.
first. Game on.
McGurk was saying when I spoke to him between matches that it is hot on that stage. It is a very warm day on the south coast. Temperatures reaching around about 23,
85.
24 degrees Celsius. It's going to be another warm week here. So for the players involved, next week he'll be learning to adjust to the conditions.
140.
In a different sense. I know some players came here in the winter and they're wearing underlayers. Now it's going to be adjusting to the summer conditions here at the Live Lounge. And Steve West looks comfortable in these conditions.
121.
And when we reveal the lineup for next week, I think he might come and watch.
85.
I've already seen it.
It's okay. It's okay.
$93.
So McGurk needs 2 trebles minimum to leave a finish. That now can't be done.
100.
So West 6 from here for a 3-1 lead and back in the breaker that he accrued with a hold.
92. $100.
So
Senior
West here,
require
110 for
110.
3-1. A 15 dart leg, but it's not going to happen now.
Poor first dart means he can't finish. So Shane McGurk,
46.
76
Shane
to level us up
76.
at 2 apiece. It's going to get 2 darts at 888. That's awkward. It's blocking the bed. Can he find that angle there? Says it all. He can hardly see anything of that double. This is literally going to be pick a spot and hope.
68.
He comes inside and you can't really
Senior
criticise him too much. We can
64.
see the angle there. There was literally see nothing of it.
Another one of them. It's going to be 8 for tops.
24.
And it's just above the wire. And so McGurk is going to get a go.
Shane,
This
you
time he's got the
require
clean
8.
better double 4 to aim at.
Over adjusted. Now chasing
4.
to 2s and can't find it.
Steve, you
And
require
so West is
40.
back to go 2 clear. And to put him one away from winning the group, which has advantages in the semi-finals.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the fourth
advantage
leg.
West in this particular
Steve
match.
West.
He's one away from the victory post against Shane McGurk. He leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's
And if he
Shane to
wins
throw
this game,
first.
he wins the
Game
group.
on.
And he'll take on Ryan Harrington in the second semi-final. And importantly as well, he'll have the throw against Ryan Harrington in the second semi-final. Shane McGurk with a defeat here would take on Tommy
81.
Morris in semi-final 1 and would be against the darts.
$140.
Steve West of his 5th 140 of the game. Uncharacteristically for him, there's been no maxes yet.
There's still time.
60.
Well, at this rate, there may not be much.
In the blink of an eye, Steve West can hit trebles.
$100.
He finds one there with the last dart. And so this leg is about level if McGurk can find a treble.
96.
As you are, West taking the darts.
Great guide. His expression says it all.
91.
How's that not in? But finds the cover to leave the 170.
Do you fancy him for the fish?
No. Not this time.
95.
Not
Steve,
got that
you
feeling.
require 170.
He doesn't fancy it, Steve.
I was right.
Phil Barrs knows darts. That's a news headline you can put
80.
wherever you want.
Just didn't get that feeling. But McGurk has left a bogey number. So West will return for 90.
52.
And to top
Steve, you require
Group 2.
90.
Web bullseye. Perhaps not a surprise.
50. Shane, you require
He'll have top
117.
if he comes back. McGurk, 117 to save it.
Save it. He will not.
65.
And
Steve,
so
you
Steve
require
West comes
40.
back for tops to top Group 2. Two perfectly guided darts. Can he find one with a third? There were wire benders.
No score.
They're three well-thrown darts at tops, which doesn't find its way in.
And the glare, Steve West has just given those 3 darts.
Shane, you require 52.
Giving him a royal telling off. Same target for McGurk. He drags low. 10s.
42.
Can't be done.
Steve, you require
And so West
40.
has got another opportunity to get it done. 3 more darts
Game,
at the top of
shots,
the board, and
and the
West will be
match.
the table
Steve
topper in
West.
Group 2. The man who's been there, seen it, done it, and won a week before is back in the final 4 as Steve West gets the better of Shane McGurk by 4 legs to 1. Doing so at 85 average, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, but Steve West, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win this finals night, is in to the semi-finals. So our semi-finals are now set in stone. We are going to see, first off, Tommy Morris in action against Shane McGurk. And then after that, it is going to be Steve West against Ryan Harrington. So that is the end of our coach for the first 6 games. We're going to take a short break. And afterwards, Chris Murphy will be leading the presentation up on the balcony.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
4-1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And so our semi-finals are set. 4 players have forced their way through. Tommy Morris and Steve West both winning both of their matches, and Ryan Harrington and Shane McGurk following them through. Now, Henry Deacon and Phil Bars have been casting their eye over the action from the commentary box, and we're going to have a little chat now about what we've seen. Boys, is it Steve West and Tommy Morris on a collision course to the final?
Me, Chris, I don't know about you, H, but they have been the two standouts for me, and by quite some distance as well. The power scoring, their finesse, and just their stage demeanour. I think they're on an absolute collision course in the final.
And also in the case of Tommy Morris, don't forget the way that the crowd could help him as well as the night progresses. He's got family, friends alongside him. But Steve West has this knack for this competition. He's qualified for Champions Week before, and at times his scoring, as you mentioned, has been absolutely exemplary. It's been as good as anything we've seen this week.
Both of those players have had moments as well, though, haven't they? Steve West had a wobble in that opening match against Dan Reed. He came back and he missed match darts to beat him.
Yeah, but it's how you bounce back from that, and Steve's an experienced campaigner, and he showed his class to get over the line and then put it to the back of his mind and sweep aside Shane McGurk. So I think he's learnt from it, and maybe that was the only opportunity the field will get against him, because there was a chance there and it wasn't taken.
I say it quite a lot when it comes to this format. If you've got the opportunity to get rid of a big name player, take that opportunity now, especially when it comes to a Saturday night in this truncated group stage format when there is very little wiggle room for error. If you don't get rid of them then, you could then pay the price later on in the evening. And in the case of Steve West, a player as good as him, he can more than easily go on and pick up the 5K.
Well, let's have a recap of the results from those group games. So Steve West won his first game 4-3, beating Dan Reed. Tommy Morris with a 4-1 win against Ryan Harrington in Group 1. As I said, both of those players winning both games. But let's focus on the other two now, because Ryan Harrington, having gone down so convincingly, great bottle from him to beat Dan Lee, boys.
Exceptional bottle from him, especially when he was up against it. My concern for Ryan is what we've seen so far tonight is that he hasn't got the scoring power to live with the others. And looking at the numbers, and especially the ton pluses and the 180s, that's the concern for me, that the other three are much bigger scorers than Ryan at the moment. So he's going to have to find something in this semi-final and potential final.
Yeah, he's kind of been fending off mistakes, hasn't he, as the evening's gone along. Everything's kind of been resting in the hands of others. Well, he's going to have to put it into his own hands when it comes to the semi-final and final, because he has got a game which is probably as tough as any assignment on paper.
And the other player, Henry, you spoke to him, Shane McGurk. He was the other way round, did the damage in his first match, and then a little flat perhaps in his second?
Yeah, and I suppose there's a couple of caveats when it comes to things like that, in the aspect of the adrenaline can sometimes go away from the body, even though you're still trying to give it absolutely everything. But when you know that urgency isn't there to go on and win, things can change. But Shane's one of those very laid-back characters, isn't he? And I think once that intensity is back, I think you'll see the best of him. And there's players sometimes at the Super Series that can severely go under the radar when it gets to this point of a Saturday night. Shane McGurk could just enter that category.
And you boys both know the last question, obviously. Can you both give me your finalists and give me your winner?
Steve West will beat Tommy Morris in the final.
I hate to say it, I'm in agreement.
There we go, all friends here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, the fans would like to see Tommy Morris in the final, but the boys are going for the favourite there, Steve West. He's had a long career, an eventful career. He's looking to have another good night here at the Super Series. Won a week, remember, last time he was here and made it through to Champions Week. But a little earlier in the week, I sat down and looked back at the lifetimes and career of Steve West. Steve West back here at the MODUS Super Series. We just want to take an opportunity to learn a little bit more about your career, where you came from. So I'll start at the start, really. Where did your sort of love affair with darts begin?
My mum used to follow darts all the time. My mum and dad split up when I was like 2 or 3. And when I used to go and visit my mum on a Saturday afternoon, it'd be World of Sport, Jockey Wilson and all the like throwing darts. And I just watched it with her. And she had a dartboard in the bedroom and we used to throw on that.
And when did you realise that you're actually pretty good at it?
It wasn't until it's funny. My brother was in the wrong sort of crowd at the time. Got stabbed 3 times, and I was playing local league pub darts with my mum and a few others. So I asked him to come along. He played, and then he won the Arlo Open at a local, and got us to play Super League. And it weren't till then I knew Super League existed, and I followed, and then things just progressed from there.
Well, so your career kind of started because you wanted to keep your brother Tony out of trouble?
Pretty much. I got him out of trouble and then put him in the spotlight, if you like, and then he sort of carried me through that spotlight.
And you have had a career that spanned a long way back now, had some success in the BDO, now WDF events. When did you really start thinking it could be a career for you?
Well, my brother, he moved to Holland in 2003 when he won the windmill. And I went over to the Dutch Open for a weekend. I loved it and ended up sort of coming back, packing a bag and going back and staying for a long time. So, you know, it was sort of then. And that's when my darts sort of picked up and progressed a little bit more.
What do you think is the sort of highlight of your career? You look back, you've beaten Phil Taylor on the big stage, you've beaten Michael van Gerwen. Any of those stick out?
Yeah, I mean, them two are massive, obviously. But there's others, you know, Michael Smith in the UK Open, again at Blackpool. Obviously, he wasn't a world champion then, but he was on the cusp of being great. And then go back to 2007 with Scott Waits, final of the Dutch Open. That was massive, 4,000 entries. Get to the final, he's brilliant, and I enjoyed every bit of it. But yeah, them two and Michael Smith obviously turn out as a highlight now.
You've talked about your brother Tony a couple of times. One of your highest averages, I remember I was commentating on it, a European Tour match, you averaged more than 110, beat him 6-0. How does that rank in?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you'd mention that. Yeah, no, that was probably because we was in the back room and I was sitting with Mervyn King along a breakfast bar thing, and along the breakfast bar, and then you had all the boards going this way, and I was practicing on the nearest one to the breakfast bar. My brother was next to me trying to wind me up, and I'm hitting 45s and 60s and 45s and 45s, and he's like, well, that ain't going to be enough on that stage, are they, boy? You know, and I just laughed and looked at Merv, gave him a wink, he winked back, threw another 45 and 60, and then they called us up, and then things just went mental. It was great.
Mervyn King, actually, you mentioned him, he's a good friend of yours. I think your second highest average is against your brother, and your highest average is against Mervyn King, one of your best friends.
Yeah, he came down to my house, because I don't live far from Stansted, so he came down to my house, left his car there. My dad drove us to Stansted to fly together, and when we were on the runway, Stephen Bunting walked on. I went, have you seen the draw, lads? I was like, no. Oh, you got him? I was like, oh, great. I think it was Austria. And when we got there, we done our normal thing, practiced together. There's nothing wrong with that. And when we got on the stage again, it just clicked. And I think it was 111 or something silly then. And, you know, he said to me, oh, you'll never do that again. And then I played him again and averaged 109 and beat him. So it did happen again, and it was great.
Who needs enemies with friends like you?
Yeah, exactly. I don't need friends.
Looking at your performances, I think one of the big aspects of your game has always been your grouping. When that first dart is right, you tend to follow it. One of the problems is when it's just outside the double, you tend to follow it as well.
Yeah, I've got a tendency to drift. So if I hit the first one in a 5, chances are 9 times out of 10 that second one is going to follow. Although I feel like I've adjusted, I don't quite adjust enough, and it might go towards it, catch flight and stay in. But I've got a little bit better with that, I must admit. But, you know, I don't know what that is. I can't put a finger on it. So
yeah, I've watched many matches where players have missed darts at double, but your matches, you tend to miss them by such a small amount.
I do, but like if I've got one in my hand, I'll hit it. If I've got three in my hand, in my head, I've got a problem because I'm either putting one right close, or if it's too close, I'm going way inside and then having to chase. And I don't know why that is either, because you feel like you've done the right thing, throw the dart, and then when it leaves your hand, you're like, oh God. It's hard to put a finger on it and go, that's what's wrong. I don't know.
You picked up titles in the BDO. PDC, you came close, final against Van Gogh. In fact, you mentioned it, a drift into the 5, wasn't it, on a 110?
On a 110 at 5-all.
Yeah.
You know, and them sort of things have probably cost me a lot of success, if we can say it that way. And, you know, I've been in finals and lost them that way. Been 4-0 up and lost 5-4, or, you know, I don't know what it is.
Unfinished business in the PDC then, do you think? Is that the aim, to get back there, to play on the Pro Tour again?
Yeah. I honestly thought I'd be devastated when I lost my tour card. And truth is, I'm not. And there's two reasons for that. Number one is I'm waiting for my hip replacement to be replaced.
Right, okay.
So I was told I was going in January. And that's never progressed. So I didn't do Q School for that reason, mainly. And then I'm not really looking to do Q School again, if that makes sense, because this sort of thing takes the pressure off and gives you more access to a lot more darts, if you know what I mean.
He's good in. He's moved me on to my next question. Modus Super Series, mixed fortunes here. Won your week last time, then you get to Champions Week.
With a dodgy eye.
Yeah, go into the last match in Group C, playing Justin Hood, he's already eliminated. You've got to win that to go through. Lose it in the last leg decider. Look, obviously we didn't speak to you after that, but what are your reflections now?
Next time I see Justin, I'll speak to him about it. But no, he comes out and he plays his darts. And yes, I was 3-1 up. Yes, I mismatched darts, whatever. But if it don't go, it don't go. And there's not a lot. I was angry, don't get me wrong. I was really upset. But you can't change the clock. You know, it is what it is. You've done. You're out. Hopefully make it better next time. And if I can do that, I'll be happy.
And you have played some really good stuff here. So surely this is sort of a new ambition, isn't it, to pick up a title, not just a weekly one, but a whole series title.
Yeah, look, the weekly title's great, and it's a debut title as well. So on debut winning the big check and going home happy as Larry, I obviously put too much on myself, pressure-wise, to win the big one. And that's basically what it come down to, because, you know, we're getting married. I need, you know, I want to pay for that, clear it out, and, you know, we've all got debts and stuff like that. I've got loads of it. But I think I put too much pressure on it because I saw that as a little bit of an out. Not this time. This time it's just play darts, enjoy it and go on.
Right, 3 quick fire questions to finish, starting with all darts related. Biggest regret?
Not winning a title in a PDC.
Biggest achievement, best moment?
Beating Michael in the European Championships, because he was lodging it in a swimming pool the day before. So
that's Michael Van Gogh.
Yes.
And one thing that you still want to achieve?
I still want to win. I just still want to win. You know, the hunger's there. Maybe the body's fading away a bit and the eyes are dodgy and, you know, but I still want to win things. I don't want to sit at home and be like, well, I could have done. I want to do.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, Steve. Been a pleasure.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris.
Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series here for finals night, and the semi-finals are about to get underway. Big crowd here watching the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we have 4 players already through to the semi-finals. We've had 6 group games. They were shown on the YouTube channel. Now we are welcoming viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. The likes of Steve West in action this evening. He has played some good stuff all week. Shane McGurk in action as well. He played some good stuff earlier, the Irishman. We've also got Tommy Morris, and he's got a fair few fans in the arena tonight. And also through to the semi-finals is Ryan Harrington. Now we're going to have a look at how all 4 players got there.
He knows that was close by that reaction. He felt that was in. Aggressive from Tommy Morris. He's found the treble 17. He's going to get 2 darts at tops for a 3-1 lead. That's wild. But the recovery dart is there, and we can see what it means. We said he was a character. 4 legs in, and there's the first glimpse of the Morris celebration. It's a break of throw. He is like a coiled spring up there.
93.
So double 16 for Tommy Morris to get the job done and to seal a 4-1 victory, which puts him in a handsome position in terms of qualification through to the semi-finals. And look at what it means, not just to Tommy Morris, but his legion of supporters who are following him this evening.
And if you're really unfortunate, you may even get a signed card from H, who walks around with his little walnut bum bag, handing them out. But that is absolutely sensational from Steve West. The 151 12 dart break of throw.
140 be added to the 151. Double 10. This is mesmeric from Steve West.
Steve West.
Double to keep him in it.
Dan Reed
has twisted and turned drama in the decider. I'm not sure how much he can see. What a dart that is. Steve West celebrates. They both missed multiple match darts. Yeah, the 139 is not easy though. 82. Which way is he going to go? It's gone for the ball, so 17 will leave tops.
116.
Right now, there would be
Daniel, you require
a certain
85.
father saying those words.
Don't miss the big number. Don't miss
Game shot
the
on
ball.
the 4th leg.
Daniel Lee does neither, and he's back to parity. And if this double 10 is sank, Daniel Lee will find himself in peril as he takes on Tommy Morris in the final game of the session in this particular phase.
And there's a load of people behind you cheering you on. Sometimes the ego takes over.
Double 6.
Game
for 2-0
shot on the second
and a
leg.
time topper.
Shane McGurk.
Shane McGurk, who has only been on the stage for a matter of 5 minutes, could be halfway towards the semi-finals.
McGurk to bag the points, and he's gone 177, 140, leaves 84 after just 9.
And the most impressive element of this performance is when McGurk's had to put in the good stuff
96.
he has. Could win
Shane,
this
you
with a
require
potential
84.
11 if he can get the job done here.
84. He doesn't need to go 14 ball. Finds the treble 16 for double 8 and wins it in style, and we can see what it means to Shane McGurk, and that is Group 2 all done and dusted.
Payne is on ice. If this goes to 2-0, he might be skating on thin ice because Daniel Lee gets the break. It's 2-0, and suddenly it all gets very interesting indeed.
Tommy, you require 48.
And so, Tommy, this is your moment. Double 16. One left. Has to skirt across. And Morris is in the semi-finals. You can jot his name down on the cast list now. One dart left. Huge dart. For 3 players. And Morris finds it. Morris pins it to send Harrington into the semis. And to deny Daniel Lee. And look at what it means to Tommy Morris. We're seeing some maverick stuff here. Both players enjoying themselves with that pressure off their shoulders. Steve West, that is absolutely magnificent. He's 2-0 up.
Tens.
42.
Can't be done.
Steve, you require
And so West
40.
has got another opportunity to get it done. 3 more darts at the top of the board, and West will be the table topper in Group 2. The man who's been there, seen it, done it, and won a week before.
So there we have it. We have our 4 semi-finalists. I think Tommy Morris has got a few fans in the crowd. Has he got a fan in you guys?
It has to be. I think the way that he plays the game, he plays with such pace, he plays with such flair, he goes for his shots, he goes for everything. The Super Series is about players like Tommy Morris, these gems that you can find, and he played a lot of local tournaments, had a lot of success, and beaten a lot of good players. He's transferred it to this Super Series stage. He wasn't meant to be here. He could be in Champions Week.
He could be. Well, look at the results tonight, Phil, so far. You and Henry were talking through them on the YouTube channel. Which one really stood out for you? What performance, what result?
The Steve West first game, because his first 3 legs, he was sensational. The average was north of 107, but he had a little wobble, but he really found that composure when it really mattered against Dan Reed, because that could have been a real tide turner in that early stages, but he found a way, and it was just the way he got back into it when it looked as if he was up against it.
And the other 2 players to go through, Ryan Harrington and Shane McGurk. They had the opposite thing, really. Harrington lost his first game. McGurk did the damage in his first game.
Most definitely, and you feel with Ryan Harrington, he's going to have to step up the levels when it comes to the semi-finals. He's ridden his luck a little bit at times tonight, and look, it's kind of a similar scenario to Friday in the aspect of he knew from Thursday he had to elevate the levels, he did that. He's going to have to do the same here in this truncated semi-final format.
Right, confirmation of how the groups finished up then in the tables. And the 2 favourites before the night started were Steve West and Tommy Morris, and they've both gone and won both of their matches and won their groups. Are they on a collision course for the final?
Absolutely, they're on a collision course for the final. They have been the standouts this week. They've been the standouts this evening, and I fully expect them both to be in the final to entertain this phenomenal crowd we've had this evening.
And it would be some final, wouldn't it? But let's not write off Harrington and McGurk. McGurk, in particular, has a really high level, doesn't he?
And McGurk's one of those players. How many times do we get to this stage on a Saturday night and we talk about 2 real good players, but it's also a player on the periphery that maybe isn't talked up as much as the others, but can put in a real big performance when it counts. Shane McGurk is in that particular bracket. Anything can happen at this stage of a tournament. He's got experience of getting over the line in tournaments. How key that could be, we'll find out.
So that's what has happened. Here is what is coming up for the rest of the night. This is the semi-final lineup. Tommy Morris taking on Shane McGurk. Steve West against Ryan Harrington. I'll come to you first, Henry. Look, both you and Phil seem to think it's going to be a West Morris final. But out of the 2, if there is going to be a surprise, which one would it be?
I'd imagine that first one against Tommy Morris, between Tommy Morris and Shane McGurk, because as we say, we know what Shane can do, and at any moment he could pull out a rip-roaring average of about a ton or more. And also we should carry out into the fact that as well as Tommy Morris has been this week, this is a different environment to him. There's pressure on him all of a sudden. He's been free-rolling all this time. As I say, he's been given invitations on the back of players not being able to appear. Now there's pressure on him. Now there's expectation. How does he deal with that? Could be huge.
And as for Ryan Harrington, what about him? Go on, can you make a case for Harrington?
I'm struggling, and that's not because he's not a great player. I just look at the stats, look at the numbers, and he's not in that scoring power. It's not there to compete with Steve West. From the numbers that we've seen and what we've seen this evening, he's probably going to have to put between 10 and 15 points on that average to get near Steve West. Can he do it? Absolutely. But it's going to be a big ask because Steve West is looking like the man to beat.
Yeah, it sounds like he might need a big checkout or 2. And we've got a few big checkouts to show you as well, because it is now time for this week's Checkout of the Week competition. If this was a biggest checkout competition, Lisa Ashton would have won it. She landed the maximum 170 finish in a Group A match. Jack Main provided a champagne shot with 2 bulls and a double 16 to complete an eye-catching 132. Option C is Ryan Harrington's clutch 160 out, hitting a match he had to win to qualify. And just look at Ryan's reaction. That's twice Michel van der Horst has featured with checkouts hit against him. So here's one the Dutchman produced himself. His 136 is checkout D. And finally, quickfire Patrick March rattling in a 146 in about 4 seconds flat. His finish is option E. So choose your favourite checkout by voting at MSS Darts on Twitter. Tweet A for Ashton's Big Fish, B for Mains 132, and so on. The winner will be revealed later in tonight's show. Right then, well, without further ado, let's get these semi-finals underway. The first of them is Tommy Morris against Shane McGurk, and Phil Bars and Henry Deacon have made their way to the commentary box to talk you through it.
Very much indeed, and so to the final four we go. And it kicks off with a man who has taken every opportunity as it comes in Tommy Morris. But now the opportunity is met with expectation. He is potentially 2 games away from claiming his place at Champions Week at the Super Series. Up against him, Shane McGurk, the 28-year-old former winner of a Development Tour title, looking to add a Super Series title to his glittering resume.
It's Tommy to throw
Charlie
first.
Corsafin,
Game
one
on.
of the world's leading officials, is your referee for the remainder of the evening action. And Phil Bars is alongside me in the commentary box. We're looking forward to this, Phil.
Now it's business time. It's strap yourselves in. Knockout Darts is here. There is no second chance here at the Super Series. Week 5, all on the line. Buzzing for this. I cannot wait.
Should be good fun. We've already seen some excellent arrows this evening.
60.
But what will our final 3 matches bring to us?
The dynamic is now interesting as well. We spoke about it during the group stages. Unknown territory
30.
for Tommy Morris. Because he's not chasing qualification now. He qualified for the final. He qualified for the knockout stages.
59.
Now it's about a prize. It's the winner's check tonight. It's the place in Champions Week. How will that change his mindset?
And we've seen it with so many debutants who ride that crest of a wave. But when it gets to this point, it is sink or swim territory. You could do what the likes of Owen Bates had done.
60.
And you can run towards that finishing line and you can ride that wave just a little bit more. But on occasions as well, just the reality of the situation can begin to set in. Those
45.
nerves can creep in. And that's the sense, that's the feeling that the first 4 visits of this first semi-final from both
100.
players is ensuing.
Yeah, neither have settled yet, but that's understandable. Semi-finals are not to be sniffed at. Remember,
140.
it's a place in the final.
Tommy required 141.
First chance Morris, he's got 6 for the opening leg.
45.
But 45 has not left that as handy as what it should be. A big visit from McGurk here, and there's going to be pressure.
170.
Pressure applied, and he's too accurate.
Tommy, you required
But now,
96.
all of a sudden, Morris has to find a treble. Finds it. Big moments here in leg 1. He composes himself. 88.
88.
And it goes missing. Chance
Shane
for an early break.
15.
The heads are in the hands of the Morris Support Club. They'll be looking through those hands now and looking through those fingers. The first
11.
leg may have slipped through the fingers of Shane
Tommy,
McGurk,
you
and Morris will
require
return
8.
for double 4. He gets his reprieve.
He's now chasing. Double 2 is never easy. Because of things like that. If your darts stand up, it's a blocker. It's right in the centre. Can he find a way?
6.
No is the answer.
Shane, you require 4.
And this is what happens when the added pressure is applied.
No score.
And still, the cobwebs cannot be shrugged off.
Tommy, you require 2.
The madhouse for the opener. 1 up. Work off of it. 1 left for Tommy Morris.
No score.
Can't find
Shane,
the target.
you require 4.
And maybe the most pivotal leg in this game will be the first, because despite all the madness, it will at least set someone up instead.
Game
It
shot.
may be the setup for McGurk. It's a break
McGurk.
of throw. That's all he has to worry about at this particular moment. He's got to park the madness from the
Second
back of
leg,
his
it's
mind
Shane
to
to
the
throw
back of his
first.
mind.
Game on.
Yeah, the opening leg, 12 missed darts at a double between them. But Shane McGurk takes the opener, break of throw.
55.
Can he just settle after that? And how will Tommy Morris react?
100.
You can see the middle part of that front row adorned by friends and family of Tommy Morris. I had a message from Scott Mitchell earlier on this evening. He's got 3 of his
60.
brothers in tonight. Dean, Lee and Connor watching all of his efforts and hoping that he can pull off qualification through the Champions Week. They wore their approval on the first max of the match.
And it goes the way of Tommy Morris.
58.
When we were doing that link at the top of the Sporty Stuff TV broadcast.
140.
Henry, the Green Army, as they were shouting, are here in their numbers.
The Green Army are here, and they are here to make things vocal. And following
95.
the madness of the
Tommy
first leg,
Maguire, 81.
the recovery from Tommy Morris has been exemplary. Double 12 for an 11. He is going to get opportunities to make it back on 2-3-3.
This has been a much better scoring leg from Tommy Morris, and he's carved the opportunity to break straight
12.
back in 13. He'll take 14 or even 15.
No score.
But the woes continue on the outer ring. It's now 12 missed darts in 2 legs.
And McGurk can mop up. Double 8. 2-0 Shane McGurk. And he picks up the pieces. And Tommy Morris, who has had a dozen darts at double in this game, finds himself 2 legs down. And maybe that collision course final between Morris and West may be put on hold.
Shane McGurk
45.
using all of his experience here. He knows he's not playing well, but he's finding a way to win these legs. Tommy Morris, as we said, 0 from 12. He has had multiple opportunities to reverse this scoreline.
83.
He can't have any complaints because he's had the chances. He's kind of been the pacemaker in the game, but when it's come to the doubles opportunities, he hasn't been able to convert.
100.
Big crowd still in the auditorium this evening.
180.
Watching some superb darts. That's a second max for Morris. Some of the players and officials that have been working this week are still in the auditorium this evening. I see Owen Binks is in the crowd, although you can ensure that he was going to be here this evening. But anyway, I'll clamp down on his jokes.
It's nice to see
40.
the players that have played this week in
Shane
the crowd as well.
170.
The 2 that departed the final are there watching and cheering on as well. Grabbed a quick word with Daniel Lee, and he said, I'm pleased, but I'm disappointed, all in the same breath. That I'm pleased that I've showcased, but I'm just disappointed it didn't happen this evening.
And that should give him a bit more fire in the belly, go back to the 80 volt, maybe qualify again, maybe get an invite by right. But here McGurk, 65 for the double break and a 3-0 lead. It's 2 darts at tops to do exactly that. And he only needs the 1. That's a 14-darter. And McGurk is a leg away from the finale in next to no time at all. It's taken just 7.5 minutes to get to this point where McGurk is on the brink and Morris's hopes is reliant on 4 leg wins on the spin.
Now we're going to see what Tommy Morris has got in the locker in terms of character, in terms of heart.
94.
So far, he has outscored Shane McGurk. It's can he just get an opportunity
100.
and run with it? Can he find something?
He is now in the worlds and in the darting barrel. He's staring the barrel down. What can he find?
38.
When his back's against the wall.
45.
I said it earlier on this evening. Every now and then at a finals night, there is a player like Shane McGurk who severely goes under the radar. who, because of some other fancied horses in the race,
101.
maybe put into the midfield, but then maybe find that final gallop as we head towards the final hurdles and the
99.
final furlongs. And maybe Shane McGurk is doing exactly that.
What a first start that is. Oh, he's just not used it though.
125.
He is going to get a go to win the match. He's going to get a couple of goes to win the match.
Shane, you
and a
require
place in the final.
143.
Treble 17 for double 16 to win it in style.
127.
Shane McGurk has grown into this game. For the first two legs, he wasn't there, but found a way.
60.
But right now, he is in the ascendancy, and it's match point.
Shane, you requires 16.
For a 4-0 win against the highly fancied Tommy Morris. Fours.
Game.
And Shane seals his place in the final.
Shane McGurk.
McGurk is going to make the jackpot match. And look at what it means to him. The outtake of emotion as he deposes of Tommy Morris by 4-0. He is one game away from Champions Week. He's one game away from picking up the trophy. It wasn't a classic in terms of the averages, but it was enough. It was good enough. And it is a final for Shane McGurk here at the Super Series. Next up, it is Steve West against Ryan Harrington.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series finals night, where Shane McGurk has just beaten Tommy Morris 4-0. Who saw that coming? Did you see it coming, Phil?
Not in that manner. We said the upset could happen because Shane's A game, but I didn't see 4-0.
And we didn't see the A game, did we?
No, look, that game was all on the first two legs. Tommy Morris had multiple darts, 12, I think, to be 2-0 up, and he found himself 2-0 down, and he never recovered from that point. And Shane McGurk showed his experience, the fact that he's won titles in the PDC, and that showed up there because he just slowed things down to his pace, didn't get involved in anything, and that's class from someone under that pressure. But it was also something that Henry and I spoke about in comms when we were watching Tommy, that it's okay trying to qualify for things, but in the semi-finals it changes because you've now got a target, you've now got a prize, you've got the winner's check and a place in Champions Week. So I just think that he'll learn from that, and walking back through the practice room to come up here, he was beating himself up, and he said, I put too much pressure on myself. But look, he's done enough to come back, in my opinion, and he's been a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, actually. I mean, when you reflect on it in the cold light of day, you'll be disappointed now, obviously, missing all those darts at double, not getting a leg in that semi-final. But it's been a whirlwind week for him. Remember last Friday, he'd not even been invited here, got a call just to play for one day, did quite well, came back this week because somebody pulled out, got to the semi-finals.
Absolutely. I'm sure if you'd have said to him on debut, you get to the semi-final on a Saturday night, you'd have taken that. Yes, in hindsight, he came in with a big billing because he played so well in Group A, but overall, a brilliant week from Tommy Morris.
Right, so it's Shane McGurk through to the final. We'll preview the second semi in a moment, but before we do that, we're going to reveal next week's players here at the MODUS Super Series. So, here are the players that are going to be in action in Week 6, and just look at that list. I mean, it'd be difficult for me to ask you for one standout name. There are plenty of them, aren't there?
This is one of the best weeks we've had here at the Super Series. It is full of talent, and talent that's playing well. Top there, Jim Long, played really well over in the North American Darts Championship and the US Darts Masters. Won a seniors event today. Of course, Fallon Sherrock jumps off the page. The Queen of the Palace returned. She got to finals night in Series 3, but Barry Van Peer, arguably one of the best men not to have a tour card at the moment, returns. Ron Moulenkamp. There's just so many names, and even when we go into Group B, Sean McDonald, who has had success here before, Jamie Kelling, one of rare players to win in both venues, Alex Small, Red Dragon Champions of Champions winner. The list is endless. This is one of the best weeks I can remember seeing.
I wonder what it feels like when the players themselves see that, because they obviously get booked not knowing what week they're going to be put in. And if any of them are watching right now thinking, oh, maybe I wish I'd been given a different week.
To a point, but I think we're at a standard now where there aren't any gimme weeks, where beforehand, yeah, granted, there were a few, but you could have targeted because of player restrictions and travel restrictions that we had in the past. But now, every week is littered with quality. This no more so. I cannot wait for next week.
And those ADC qualifiers as well. I mean, some weeks, yeah, there may be players that we haven't really heard of. An example in Patrick Mart this week, although he did well. But ADC qualifier Ron Moulenkamp, former PDC tour card holder, and Barry Van Peer, arguably the best player at the moment without a tour card.
Absolutely. Look, he's got to many Euro tours. He's probably going to get to the PDC World Championships without having a tour card. And he's here in this group. But not forgetting John Brown either, the ADC UK qualifier. We've seen him come here and have success before. Just dropped off the tour, looking to rebuild his career, a young man. So that Group A is stacked with talent. And there's going to be some disappointed players that drop into Group C but through no fault of their own, just because of the sheer amount of talent on show.
Right, that's next week. Let's focus back ahead on tonight. We've got Shane McGurk in the final. At the second semi, Steve West and Ryan Harrington. Now, look, when we had a chat at the top of the show, you and Henry both saying it's going to be West Morris, it's going to be West Morris. Caveat, the most likely upset was going to be Shane McGurk. Are we going to see the unlikely lads in the final tonight? Could that happen?
It could, but I'm sticking to my guns. I'm going to say no. I've said Steve West would win this week from day one, and I'm not going to change my mind. I go back to his scoring power. It is just far superior to anyone else's, and Ryan is going to have to play out of his skin if he's going to beat Steve. Can he do it? Of course he can. I just don't see it. I think that Steve, what he's done in the sport, he's just proven over course and distance, and I fancy him.
Well, let's see if he's right. We'll let you head down to commentary for the second semi-final. It is Steve West against Ryan Harrington. Back to Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And so 2 more games will decide who's going to be the 5th player at Champions Week in Series 4 here on the MODUS Super Series. We already know we're going to have an American by way of Danny Lauby that's going to be there. We're going to have Reece Robinson, the English player. We're going to have a bit of Northern Irish representation at the finals when it comes to Neil Duff as well. And we're going to see the return of Colin Osborne to Champions Week. Is Steve West going to join him in becoming a player that will make it to 2 Champions Weeks? Up against him, Ryan Harrington looking to make it to the final on his second appearance in this competition. He had to ride his luck a little bit at times. He had to wait on the result of the final game of the group when Tommy Morris did him a favour to beat Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 2. Well, Morris is out of the equation, beaten by McGurk. And so now we see West and Harrington go toe-to-toe for that final place in the final 2. Charlie Corsafine is your referee. It is Steve West who throws the first darts of this second semi-final.
140.
Just a couple of words as we get this second semi-final underway as Harrington kicks off a match for the efforts of Tommy Morris over the course of this week.
He's been sensational. And as I said
91.
to Chris up on the balcony, he was beating himself up in the practice room that he said he put too much pressure on himself in that semi-final. And that's down to experience. That will come the more he plays at this level.
85.
I hope he does come back here to the Super Series. And when he does, I'm sure we are going to see some more brilliant stuff from him.
78.
You see a lot of the crowd have stayed on. Looks as if it's refreshment time in the crowd. But for whom will it be last orders this week for?
Just looking at the scores here now, H, just proves the point we were talking about scoring power, that Ryan Harrington actually hit a max in this leg, yet he's still second favourite.
That's because Steve West can hit 2 triple visits off a lampshade and is on for a potential 14 darter here if he could take out the 52 in 2.
32.
But it doesn't go, and so Harrington may have to scrap off these opportunities. Another one of them.
Oh, so close, and you can see by his reaction.
92.
He thought that was good when it left his hand. But now Steve West looking at double 10.
Game shot
for 1-0 when it goes in 1.
Steve West.
The favourite leads in the second semi-final.
Steve West laying down the foundations in which he hopes to build upon in this second semi-final. A 16-dart opening leg with 2 140s in there. And at this earliest point, Ryan Harrington has got work to do.
And the Steve West fan club watching all over the world. Abby and Jordan cheering him on from Holland.
134.
Indeed they are.
$80. $93.
Steve West finding his cover shooting here as well. And the Ryan Harrington throw in leg 2 is under pressure.
59.
There he is, Owen Binks, with all of his friends, look. Popular as ever.
121.
Oh, he's found a friend. Oh, darts friend.
Steve West looking at
56.
153.
Steve, you require 153.
Can't find the first one. So just looking to set this up because Ryan Harrington is not on a finish.
77.
Yeah, this is an excellent performance from Steve West. Average just ticking under the ton. 76 after 12. He's left himself in a position where it's been a
96.
treble to double combination after
Steve
4 visits in both of the legs
76.
so far. And Ryan Harrington again is just being left a visit behind. But that is not a nice start. Is it treble 13 or treble 17? The 17s was his preferred
33.
route.
Ryan, you require 150.
And this is the big number with the last.
He's made a mess of that, but will not be punished in this visit.
80.
So Steve West, I'm
Steve,
sure it'll be
require
3 for
43.
tops. And 2-0. There's part 1.
Game
And
shot on
there's
the
part 2.
second leg.
Steve West halfway to a place in the final. And right now there's 10 points difference in the averages. And Ryan Harrington is really going to have to find something here.
Game on.
Well, you just look at this game and Steve West just looks so in control. It looks like the game is being dictated by what he does.
140.
And that goes back to the point we made about his scoring power. When you can score as big as him, he will dictate any game here.
177.
Well, that's the second leg in 3 that Harrington has kicked off with a maximum visit or de facto maximum visit.
Yeah, the 177 is as good as a max.
Oh, hello. Not had one in front of a crowd yet.
121.
Just started to get a little bit excited.
To be honest, Phil, that happens with me at any point in the commentary.
81.
But there's a chance here for Ryan Harrington to immediately break back and get us back on throw.
89.
But it would be so Steve West to leave tops here.
Is this what we're talking about
42.
with Steve West being a bit
Ryan,
of an FDM?
114.
And Harrington's got 6 from this 114 to bring it back to 2-1.
He's going to need the 6 as well because that first start was erratic.
$82.
Leaves double 16 when he comes back.
Well, he said that Ryan Harrington needed to have a much
28.
improved leg. Well, he's done exactly that.
Ryan, you
He's
required
left himself
32.
double 16 after 12. And this is for the break back. This is for 2-1. And
No
to get him in the
score.
semi-final. And this would be so
Steve, you
typically
require
Steve West. He had
150.
2 ton-plus checkouts against Dan Reed, including a 151.
I just wondered where Dart 1 was going to go
140.
because we'd seen Steve West
Ryan, you
do the
required
3 balls here
32.
before. But that's awkward. That's kicked up and that's blocked a lot of the bed. This would be a disaster if this doesn't go.
No score.
I think that kicked in and out. I think he thought it kicked in and out.
I think it's hit the flight on the way
Steve, you
through, which has
required
taken the
10.
power out of the dart, which means it doesn't stick. But 3-0 would be an absolute disaster.
5.
Breathes again. Surely Harrington has to hit this time.
And shades of the first semi-final, where there was a little
Ryan,
bit
you
of
require
tetchiness when it's come
32.
to the doubling. Double 8.
It's now 0 from 8. 9
28.
darts in this leg. to win it, and you can see
5.
the frustration written all over his face. Is West going to punish?
Game shot on the third leg.
Of course he does. Don't apologise, Steve. You've done your job. It's not your problem your opponent's missed. We know it's frustrating. Harrington
Fourth leg,
will
it's Ryan to
be
throw
eating
first.
himself alive.
Game on.
And when opportunity knocked, Harrington wasn't home, and Steve West was able to deliver the leg to go 3-0 up, and he's now one away from the final.
100.
We could be in a very unique position we don't often see here at the Super Series, where both of our semi-finals are 1-0.
43. $65.
You can see that Harrington is frustrated. He's still thinking about that last leg. 9 missed starts to win 1 leg. 3 complete turns to the board. It's almost unforgivable.
And it looks like
97.
Steve West's compass is going to find his way into the final again. He's heading in the right direction again. He may be heading to the final again.
60.
Needs another.
96.
Steve West, 218. How handy can he leave it? Not as well as he'd liked.
48. Ryan, you require 143.
Leaves himself the fish. But is he going to get a go? He is going to get a go.
87.
He deliberately left it as well.
So you require 170.
Another. Oh, it's grazed the top wire.
130.
And he hit the butt as well.
Ryan, you require 56.
To keep the game alive is Tots or Harrington. Double 19. Doesn't go.
37.
And West gets his go.
Match point.
So
Steve
you
West
require
tops
40.
for a place in the final. Needs to move down off of that one. Over adjust 10s.
Game
and
shot.
Steve West
And the
finds
match.
double 10
Steve
to book his
West.
place in the final. The favourite is safely through, where he will take on Shane McGurk for the Week 5 title. Credit to Ryan Harrington, who's played his part in a fabulous week of darts. But all eyes now turn to the final after this break.
Welcome back. So the final is fixed for tonight here at the MODUS Super Series. And as Henry Deacon said in commentary, a real rare occasion where both semi-finals were won 4-0. One of them, the favourite Tommy Morris, beaten by Shane McGurk by that scoreline. But for Steve West, it was that conventional victory that I have to say he kind of predicted.
It was, but it wasn't in the manner I thought he'd do it. It wasn't his brilliant best. Ryan Harrington had chances, especially in leg 3, 9 darts to break straight back, and after that he never recovered, and you could see him, it was playing on his mind. We see that at the elite level when they missed that amount of darts. But like we said, maybe that was the chance that Steve West had given someone to beat him, because he doesn't normally play 2 poor games in a row, so I'm expecting fireworks.
Before that match started, we looked at next week's players and we said how many sort of runners there are. This week, was Steve West the player that should be winning the week?
I think so. Given what he's done in the sport before, he was the standout name. You looked at it and went, he is the favourite. He's been here before. He's won a week before. He should have been in Champions Week final as well. It was his own downfall that did him that day. So looking at it, he just stood out and jumped off the page for me.
Right, a little earlier we asked you for your thoughts on the checkout of the week, and we can now reveal the winner.
Another tops.
Game
That is
shot on the third leg.
absolutely
Ryan
sensational
Harrington.
from Ryan Harrington.
So Ryan Harrington does come away with a prize this week, but that really was a clutch finish, wasn't it?
Rightful winner, because he had to win that game, knowing that Lisa was sat in the practice room, already won her game. He went there with intensity, and it was a fabulous finish.
Yeah, and Michelle van der Horst, who was hit against, he's actually come and he's sat in the crowd tonight, enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's loved his experience here, and again, he played better than what his points tally suggested. So, again, another one I'd like to have another look at some point.
Yeah, so we'll talk about the final in just a moment, but we've got a little bit of a reminder of what happened last week coming up. So last week, here at the Super Series, trying to make it through to Champions Week, it was Colin Osborne against Christian Kist. Here's the winning moment.
Christian York
170.
170.
And the only player to win 5 Super Series titles. Oh my goodness. Behave.
145.
That was even closer than the previous one. We've talked about dodging bullets
63.
all night. Colin Osborne has dodged 2 170 finishes from Kist. Can he hit tops?
43.
That was a weekly winning dart.
Christian York 25.
£5,000 dart.
Kist's got 2.
1.
And he misses them both. And the man who's had trials and tribulations on double 10 over the last couple of days now looks at that double. And becomes a history-making,
and a match, the MODUS Super Series Week 4
Super
champion,
Series
Colin
5th time
Osborne.
weekly champion, and the 2nd person ever to make 2 Champions Weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne there lifting last week's title. He did it by hitting double 10, and earlier in that final there was a kind of strange little moment that got a few of you tweeting, asking the questions, questioning the rules about darts when well, we'll show you what happened. I had a little chat with one of our referees to find out a little bit more. I'm here on the Ocky at the Live Lounge here at the MODUS Super Series, and one of the reasons why is that we had quite an interesting little thing happen on Saturday. During the final, Colin Osborne had thrown a dart at a double and thought it wasn't in. Here is a reminder of what happened.
40.
Coming into this final, his doubling stats for the night was 75%. Right now, it's 22.
Double 10. And it's in the corner.
Wow. It's in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He didn't know it was in.
Colin Osborne.
It was in.
So that's what's happened. As you can see, the dart is in the double, but he didn't think it was in, so he's thrown his next dart. Now, it happened not to land in a scoring segment, but some people have asked us the question, what would have happened if it did hit a scoring segment. Well, we've got PDC official, Super Series referee Owen Binks to tell us.
So it actually wouldn't have made a difference if the second dart was in the scoring segment. Some people have suggested, like you said, that it would have busted. There's actually a rule in the DRA book that states that if a player throws a dart and the leg's already won, the game shot has already been achieved, and it's a mistake by the player or by the ref, that dart becomes irrelevant once the referee has realised, the player has realised, it's completely irrelevant. So it doesn't actually make a difference.
The other thing is, of course, that the player didn't realise it was in. At that point, neither did the referee. So some are saying, so why did the referee not call game shot? But he would have had to check and maybe get in front of the board, right?
Well, yeah, I think it's to do with maybe like the lighting at that particular time. If you look at the dart, this is how the dart was positioned, right at the bottom. Sometimes you're just not 100% sure, and if you're not 100% sure, and then you see in the corner of your eye the players lining up to throw another dart, the worst thing you can do is call it unless you're 100% sure. Number one, because if you're wrong, then obviously you're going to put the player off. Number two, you could end up with a dart in the back of your head. So the referee in this situation, because he wasn't sure, he'd definitely done the right thing.
So there we go, Danny McNamara doing the right thing. Owen Binks explaining the rule. It was game short, and that is explained expertly by our official. Yeah, good explanation there from Owen Binks on that. These kind of strange things do tend to happen here at the Super Series, but Danny McNamara did the right thing. He could have ended up with a dart in the back of the head, as Owen said there.
Yeah, it is a quirky thing that we don't see too often, but Danny, a very experienced referee, got it absolutely right, and Owen's explained it really well there as well. Owen, for a young official, he knows his rules.
He does. Right, this week's final now, we're going to look ahead to it because Steve West has been the man that everybody's been saying is the one to beat all week. But we did see Shane McGurk also win his semi-final 4-0. So let's start with the Irishman. The one thing that I know that you think he's got in his armour is a really high ceiling.
Completely. We've seen it on the development tour, the challenge tour, and at Q School, that the ceiling is there for Shane McGurk. He had the best average throughout the week, groups A, B and C, a ton topper. We've not seen that tonight, and consistency is his issue. But you can say that for a lot of players that play here for the Super Series, and potentially that's the reason they haven't got a card and not playing at the highest level, is because of that B game. His A game is right up there, but he needs to find some middle ground, and probably he's going to have to be at his very best here in the final.
Well, let's have a look at his statistics coming in to finals night. This is the week that he played, and he won Group C. He had a really good start to that group, then he just disappeared in the middle a bit. But what stands out for you there?
Just looking at it, it's the 180s, the highest average, and the running average of 87.89 is very respectable. He's probably going to have to be there or just above that in the final, but the ton topper, it could have been a lot higher than that as well. For much of that game, he was around the 105, 106 mark and just dipped off in the last leg. So it's that scoring power and that finesse that he has around the treble 20. But he's a bit of a first start merchant.
Yeah, he is. He's a confident fella as well, but there's a certain humility. He doesn't have that same explosive nature as, say, Tommy Morris, who we saw earlier this evening. And McGurk kind of kept him quiet in that semi-final, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got that Irish charm about him, that he backs his own ability, he believes in himself, but it's not arrogant. He's just like, yeah, I can play this game. But he also says, if I don't play well, I'll get beat. But the way he handled that semi-final was brilliant, because it was a hostile atmosphere. Tommy brought a lot with him, and it could have gone the other way, but he just got on with it. Those first two legs, where neither of them played well, he was the one that held it together, had the most composure on that stage.
And it's the first time this week that he's actually left the stage knowing that he's through, because every other time in the group games, he's kind of been asking us the question. Is that kind of where the darts players, some of them, start to really thrive? Just straight knockout darts, win and you're through, lose and you're going home?
Yeah, no second chance. They know where they are. Dart players don't like to work out permutations. Am I through? Am I not? Straight simple. I win and I'm going to the final. Now, win and I'm going to Champions Week. That's what they want. That's what they're used to. The round robin format does throw up spanners in the works for them, because they are overthinking it. They're not used to it. But now, here's where we are.
Steve West now then, let's talk about him. He has been the one who's gone through this week with the least drama, lost just one match so far. That was against Dan Reed on Thursday night. He was 3-0 up in that one as well. Surely his name can be pretty much engraved on the trophy already.
He's favourite, but let's not get carried away, because we've seen funny things happen in sport in general. The old saying, only fairy tales happen in sport, is the one that I love. And yes, Steve West is favourite, and probably a big favourite, but he's going to have to be on it. If he takes Shane McGurk for granted, it could all come apart.
It's a good point as well, because funny things happen, and funny things have happened to him. We've seen in his PDC career, big opportunities missed. He's lost leads, the match play to Darryl Gurney. He missed a lot of match starts in that one. But even last time he was here, look, he won his week, but on Champions Week, he ended that campaign in cruel fashion, didn't he?
Yeah, he was 3-1 up and had multiple match starts across the rest of that match to book his place in the final. And it was interesting, the interview that he gave to you, where he said that still hurt. He wanted to put that right. For everything that he's achieved in the sport, you'd have thought the Super Series, a defeat, he'd come back and do it again, but he's still thinking about it, so that's a good sign.
You still going for a West win?
Absolutely.
Right, let's see what your co-commentator thinks about that now. Henry Deacon has been commentating all week alongside myself and Phil Bars. Henry, you're going to oppose Phil, or are you still agreeing?
I think Steve West goes off heavy favourite. I think you look at the form guide for him of recent times and the way that he's played this evening, there's a disparity between himself and Shane McGurk. But I mentioned it at the top of the show, didn't I, at 10 o'clock? Players like Shane McGurk here at the Super Series, when it gets towards the point here on this part of Saturday night, they can go under the radar. He went out second favourite in a lot of people's minds against Tommy Morris, and he blew him away. And in both semi-finals, both players, in both Steve West and Shane McGurk, missed opportunities at double. Could it be a game that lies at the back end of legs? Well, he's got to hope so, McGurk, because the scoring power of Steve West will ensure that he is going to get a few opportunities.
Well, we will look forward to seeing how that pans out. Finally, Phil, we haven't had that much drama tonight. We've had plenty this week, but tonight, could it all be saved up for the final?
It could be, but I don't think so. For me, I think Steve West wins this 4-2. Won't be too much drama, maybe a couple of missed darts here and there, but I just think that Steve West has too much.
Both got to be feeling really confident though, haven't they? 4-0 wins in the semis.
Oh, they'll both be brimming with confidence, because as Henry alluded to in commentary, you don't get whitewash semi-finals too often. They both produced it, so they're kind of level pegging in that respect.
Right, we know what they need to do, and we know what they're playing for as well. Steve West and Shane McGurk going head-to-head for a place at Champions Week, for a £5,000 first prize, and to get their hands on the trophy.
And so here we go then. The cup is for collection. It is a feeling, a moment, an occasion Steve West knows all too well. He's been here before. He's picked it up before. He beat Fallon Sherrock in week 7 of the previous series to qualify for Champions Week. He's got some retribution as far as Champions Week is concerned. He narrowly missed out on Champions Night in the final game of a session. He takes on Shane McGurk, who may have gone under the radar this evening, who may pick up his biggest title since that development tour win. The arrow looking to fire his way to Champions Week. Steve West simply wants to be the best. But for who is week 5 glory?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Going to head
first leg,
in their
it's Shane
direction.
to throw first. Game on.
It is Charlie Corsafine that'll be calling out the scores, and he calls Shane McGurk to the board. He won the bull-up in the practice room. It is a unique game in that aspect,
60.
where the players will bull up for the honour to throw first. Shane was successful in the exercise. But Steve West has been here before. He has won it before.
100.
He's actually wearing the same coloured shirt as the night that he beat Fallon Sherrock in. Maybe the omens, maybe the superstitions may well bear fruit.
140.
Phil Bars has joined myself in the commentary box for this one, and this has a real intriguing narrative towards it.
It certainly does, Henry, and I'm looking forward to it. Steve West, the favourite going into it, but Shane McGurk is here to upset him.
140.
It's a slow start here from Steve
Shane,
West, and Shane McGurk is quick out of the blocks. Back-to-back 140s leaves 161 after 9.
He has got out the gate the quickest. Now, he only had a couple of minutes to prepare, Steve West. He played the second semi-final against Ryan Harrington. And so he's had to
61.
come down and then get back up
Shane
again. And it's been a slow
76.
start to this first leg. And so Shane McGurk is 76 for the opening leg. It's going to be a dart at tops.
56.
But he's going to come back.
How much pressure can Steve West put this under?
93. Shane, you require 20.
That's the minimum pressure. It could have been better. McGurk looking at 10s for 1-0. The tricky 5s.
Game shot.
Made it look easy. First blood, Shane McGurk in the final.
He got off and settled the better of the two.
Second leg.
As far as Steve West is concerned, it was only a hold of throw for Shane McGurk. He's still got to attain that break at some point, but at least he wasn't broken when he had that slow start. But
Well, that's a slip, but he's in a position where it shouldn't matter.
$98.
What did he give for a 138 to leave tops?
What he'd give for a treble right about now.
58.
He comes up dry. He is going to be first to finish on 120. But McGurk, with a big visit here, could pile all sorts of pressure upon it.
Yeah, I said the 43 wasn't a disaster, but 2 trebleless visits
98.
invites pressure.
Steve, you require
creates a bit of a problem.
120.
That looks a perfect guide. Finds it. Tops for 1-all. And a ton topper.
80.
Doesn't go.
Shane, you
He
require
couldn't find the ton topper, but
150.
can McGurk find a whopper? But the break of throw and a 2-0 lead is not going to happen, and so West will come back for tops to level this final up at 1 apiece.
49. Steve, you require 40.
Steve West will want this to be clean.
Game shot
And
in the
it's
second
clean
leg.
and clinical.
Steve West.
1-all in the final. They both spent the opening rounds jabbing each other out.
Third leg, it's Shane
And
to
now
throw
I'm expecting
first.
haymakers.
Game on.
Who is going to land that first real decisive blow, we wonder. West, too, has some support towards the back of the arena.
60.
Some family and friends making their way down to support him on this Saturday night.
Just needs to adjust to the wrong side of the
50.
wire. That's a plum first dart.
140.
There's been moments from both players, but neither really properly clicked into gear yet. It's the sort of tension that you expect from a final of this magnitude.
135.
Steve West recovered well. The first dart was in the treble 5, but found the adjustment. And he's staying with McGurk here on throw.
But worrying for Steve West,
99.
Shane McGurk is just beginning to find the lie of that first dart.
$140.
He is, but he's also not finding dart 2 to go alongside it. Looking at the 18s there.
42.
Anyone thought it was a wild dart. The treble 20 that went to the treble 1, he was actually looking at the 18 segment. But is this Steve West's moment?
140.
That 140 leads to a
Shane
double
require
18, and the McGurk throw is
160.
under the severest of all pressure. This 160 has to go. And Steve West may well now get the break that he needs to win this final.
80.
We said who would land
Steve, you
the
require
first blow.
36.
And it is first opportunity to Steve West. Double 18
Game
to
shot on
break.
the third leg.
Only needs
Steve
the one.
West.
Break of throw. West leads.
And he may well be beginning to go through the gears. That was a 13 darter to accrue the break, Steve
Fourth
West.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And for the first time, Henry, Steve West's average is over the 96 mark, and there's 11.5 points difference right now.
100.
The chasm is beginning to appear. And the thing with Steve West is when he gets into this particular position, it is very hard to stop him. He is a fantastic
85.
front runner.
Very much so. Once he's out in front, he's a hard man to catch.
140.
And now he's piling in another 2 treble visit as the 140 column moves to 5.
Maybe he is a bit like a freight train. And the fact that he may well be full steam ahead now.
But McGurk is sticking with him. Sing it, Charlie.
180.
The Charlie Corsafin call, which will never, ever be tiresome to hear.
26. Steve
That's not, though.
81.
For Steve West for a potential 11-dart leg to put him on the brink.
Game shot.
That is magnificent. Steve West is now a leg away from returning to Champions Week. Somewhere he feels he belongs.
Game on.
Something he feels he should win. That he wants to win. That is high up on his priority list. McGurk needs to win the lot.
Steve West averaging 104. Back-to-back legs. 11 and 13. He's turning the screw right now.
And here is us worrying about a potential slow start in this game from Steve West. He's seeing the finishing line in front of him. He's
100.
making a run towards it.
But McGurk will want to make him serve it out. Don't hand it to him on a plate.
100.
How he would pray for at least a 140 about now, Shane McGurk.
53.
Has that just opened the door to let Steve West in?
134.
It's still advantage McGurk because he's got the darts. Needs another.
98.
All about the setup for Steve. McGurk's going to have to take this out.
136.
This 110 is going to have to go.
Require 110.
This is a match-saving 110. And he's going to get a dart at tops to save it.
70.
And it goes begging.
And so
Steve require 48.
he knows what this position is like. And Steve West has tops. Double 10.
38.
And 2 championship points have come and gone.
Shane, you require 40.
We saw in his first match when he missed a couple of match darts, it affected him. If McGurk can pin this, will history repeat itself?
35.
And so Steve West
required 10.
comes back for more match darts.
Game,
and
shots,
Steve West
and the match, and the MODUS Super Series
navigates his way back to Champions Week.
Steve West
returns to the top table at the Super Series. He's a qualification week winner once more, and you can see the belief on his face. Doing so with a ton-topping average. And Phil Bars, Steve West at the beginning of the night was a player on everybody's lips, on everybody's minds, and he is now the victor.
He was the form horse. He had the pedigree. It was, could he get over the line? Everyone tipped him. Everyone thought he was the standout, and he has delivered in the final a ton-topping average, 50% on his doubles. It was a cagey start, but in that middle section, 11, 13 dart legs really did the damage, and at that point, Shane McGurk didn't have the answers. He's played very well, but it's just that pedigree at the highest level has come to the forefront.
And Steve West drew upon every single ounce of his experience this evening. There was different types of victories. He raced in front against Dan Reed. He then won 4-3 in the end. And then very quickly in that semi-final blew away Ryan Harrington before doing the job here.
Absolutely. As we can head now to the stage for Chris Murphy and the presentation.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, Steve West just getting a bit of a round of applause, and deservedly so. Steve, it's been a kind of a drama-free week for you. Is that how it's felt?
Yeah, no. I would say drama-free, but not easy. Yes. Drama was there, potentially, but I averted that, so that's good.
A couple of games. You lost one match all week. Dan Reed beat you on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Nearly beat you again tonight. Came back from 3-0 behind.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a thing in the crowd there, but I let that bother me. That's nothing to do with Dan, and I think it put him off more than it did me, to be fair. But I got through, and that's the main thing.
When I've been talking to the boys, Henry Deacon, Phil Bars, Scott Mitchell earlier in the week, everybody's been saying this is a field that Steve West should really win. He's the best player. He's the most experienced player. Is that the attitude you came in with?
No, not really, because I watched all the week. And I watched Tommy Morris play some darts, and I'll tell you now, that guy, he's destined for good things. He doesn't take a drop of alcohol. He just gets on and he plays his game. He's like a rapid bullet, and he's fantastic to watch.
Of course, you'd have backed yourself to beat him anyway.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
when you saw him lose in the semi, was that a little bit of a result for you?
Bonus for me. I'd already beat Shane earlier on in the night, so for Tommy to lose to Shane, that was for me as a bit of a kick up the Khyber pass. And then, I don't think I'm going to lose then. Once that's gone, that's gone. Tommy was my main danger, and he went. That's good for me.
You won your week in the previous series. You've done it again. Champions Week last time, you got very, very close to getting to finals. Now, is there some unfinished business now?
Did we have to mention it?
Had to.
Probably. But, no, my next step is to qualify for finals night on Champions Week. And that's why I'm back here, and that's what I want to do.
Right, well, you might have a big old trophy to lift then, but for now we've got this one. I'm going to take the mic off you, and I'm going to let you have your moment. So the Week 5 winner, ladies and gentlemen, Steve West. Brilliant stuff. Steve West, our winner of Week 5. Brilliant stuff from Steve this week. He was simply the best.